Fading echoes whisper of sundered dreams in their dying silence, following the frayed threads of a fate ushered upon those who dared speak them. Chiseled granite, persisting as the sole legacy of glory, immolation that of the meek, steel pikes of iron, waves that of the bold. Within Helm's heart, the bold are silent, the noble speak, and the chosen are granted action. Within the sanctum rim, bold rot, nobility dilutes to phantoms of legacy, and the chosen are never so. In godless sermon, prayers of change rise to join the borealis, trailing their ephemeral tides of light across the dusk and meadow, pining for a greater radiance, for the warmth of a sun long forgotten in a land of prosperous ash. We left off with Avanti and Hyliak returning from their visit with Koth in the valiant halls of the Duskhelm barracks, making your way to Crux Manor, that of the premier of the Sanctum City you now inhabit. Moving through masoned alleys of granite, cracked pathways all the way to the nearest peak of Helm's heart, where the manor lies. Antonid, Yael, and Koth still reside within their private chambers of the Valiant Halls, this honorable station or place of rest within the barracks proper of Duskhelm, mason deep, carved into the stone of the city, a place of luxury far more extravagant than the meager barracks above. This is the final day, and we are past noon. Dusk will be upon you soon, and the final true rest before the Ashen Trail is to be embarked. Preparations have been made, the market district visited, items magical and mundane acquired along with supplies for the road. If there is a time to discuss amongst your allies, now is it. If you wish to say farewell to those residing within the sanctum, it may be your last chance. Is there any one of you that would like to step up to the plate first? Or shall we move on to the later hours?
Hyliak has nothing that he intends on doing for the remainder of his time in Duskhelm.
Hey guys, it's me. I need to go shopping.
So, what are you on the hunt for, Koth?
So, two quick questions. How much does a healing potion cost and a mana potion?
Okay. So, I will pull up the shops really quick. A base potion of healing, which regenerates 2d4 plus 2 hit points, is 50 gold pieces.
Okay, cool. What about the mana
You can't
potion?
afford that.
Nope.
Mana potion is 80.
Alright, so I'm not going to buy any potions. Boulder, do you think for a platinum piece I can buy some paint and some things to possibly try and repair the Netherily chessboard with?
Paints, more than certainly. You could get like simple oil or acrylics just by, I'd say, spending maybe 2 silver. As for things to repair the board, The checker patterning is a blend of rare gemstones, that of onyx and ruby. The board itself is, for the most part, intact, aside from a few cracks that splinter through the some of the squares of the checker. The most degraded is the pieces representing the Netherali side, all made out of a raw iron that has begun to crumble and rust, deteriorating over the centuries. It is hard to say if such a thing could be repaired, if not just simply remade.
Yeah, I see how it is.
There may be craftsmen that could make new pieces or carve smaller renditions of the ones that once were there before from the iron.
I'm a big do-it-yourself guy. We'll come back to this later.
And I was just about to say, it would have taken extra time that you currently don't have.
Okay, good to know.
Broke
And then
I
guess I'm just gonna buy some rations and beast rations then.
Okay.
I'm gonna spend 4 platinum to do that.
All right. You can designate how many of each you would like to get. It is 5 silver for regular rations and 1 gold, 5 silver for beast rations. You can just label as kibble.
I will say, because yesterday was the last day. It's just this morning we're leaving, right?
No, we haven't completed it. This is like new.
This is the last day. Once you hit dusk in the dawn that follows, you will depart the next morning. Right now, for time comparison, I would say, I don't remember the exact portion we said we left off at, but I would say it's around 2 to 3.
It was after 3 o'clock. Okay. I think I told Connor meet me at 3.
Okay. So I would say it's around 3:30, coming on 4. And I'd say if you were still returning to Crux Manor, you would have made it there probably right around the bridges of 4, just as the graviton crystals hovering overhead begin to ascend and disappear into the mists above, dimming the already dark atmosphere of this subterranean realm. And if there are no interruptions to that, you would make it back to Crux Manor, greeted by one of the servers there, this young drow of blended heritage, these rusted eyes with a dark grayish hue to their skin tone. They are otherwise opening the door as you pass through the main gates, opening before you without question. You are well known here. And making your way into the manor, you see Droven Crux standing atop the grand staircase that leads up and splits into the separate halls that lead into the 2 protégés' towers.
Oh, are we there already, or is it?
We're here. Yeah, we made it.
Yeah. For the sake of brevity, we could say that you made it there. Duskhelm is large, though there wouldn't be much too eventful. Rolling through the streets, you pass scholars leaving the seminary and going to it. It is a place of learning, always open and operating. And there are many denizens of the Sanctum cities that operate at all hours of the day. But pushing through the bustle, familiar to both of you, it is easily navigatable, aside from a few rough moments where you're nearly bowled over by some large carts, these rolling stone wheels, hauled by 2 Herculon with hulking chains on their shoulders, carrying massive hunks of granite and stone to be used in repair efforts. But besides that, there's no other danger that greets you. Besides the glare. I wouldn't say glare. It's far more worrisome than angered as he watches as both of you as proteges enter through the tall double doors leading into the foyer of Crux Manor. This subtle bluish black granite flooring, almost a microcosm to that of the surrounding city, with its blended blacks and blues and subtle streaks of white. The servant, as you enter, takes a quick bow before looking up at the master of the house and turning and returning to their quarters.
Whose POV is this right now?
This is both of yours.
This is our POV.
Koth is not within the manor. Surprisingly so. Koth is within the valiant halls of the barracks, having chosen to seemingly stay there after a conversation with Droven. And in the terms of conversations, you are both gently stopped as you begin to walk up the stairs, reaching it to the second story balcony, gracing your hand across the ebon wood rails. I'm glad you chose to come home.
Nope.
There is some worries I must investigate before the time of your departure is upon you. He looks at Avanti with a nod. Seeing as I have already spoke to one, you are the other.
Oh.
And he's speaking to you, Hyliak, his eyes resting upon you.
Whoop, I won't hold you two up then. I'll catch you guys tomorrow.
Get some well-deserved rest. There will be some dinner brought to your room.
Is this going to be like one of... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
That's where he concludes.
Of course.
Is this going to be like one of those like dad rants, like where he like tells you about all the things you're doing wrong?
Now listen, son.
I'm just disappointed.
Dad, I'm not so sure. Like
that boy ain't right.
That boy ain't right.
Well, I go to my room, do some preparation for the journey.
Roman gives you a nod, turning his eyes to you for but a brief moment before returning to Hyliak. Perhaps we should do the same.
Yeah.
There's no need to go to my office. Your room shall be suitable.
Oh, God.
Oh, he walks beside them.
I'm gonna run ahead, like partially, and like make make sure the ash circle on my floor is covered up.
Oh, didn't you say you put a carpet over it?
I put a carpet over it, but I'm gonna like sweep over it with my foot before he walks in the room.
What did I tell you about smoking?
You speed walk ahead of him, gaining just enough distance as you near the room to open the door, leaving it open, but a creak behind you as to not raise too much suspicion as you flatten the carpet out and assure there's no residual ash or dust upon the ground that may indicate to the rite that occurred just some hours earlier. Following in behind you, I do not mean to enact any undue stress. Perhaps rather the opposite. It's been brought to my attention that there is some worry about your current state. And I would be lying as to allude that I do not know of the powers that haunt you. I've had some words with Karth, and though to the most degree it was a burning air of some disappointment. I seek to
I-
alleviate it somewhat in sharing word with you. As
I
besides
really appreciate
himself, of course, but aside from himself, Avanti did show some worry in how you may be handling all of this.
I'm not gonna say that my mental state is always in a perfect place or anything. It's definitely gotten worse since we've gone on this expedition. But I did speak with Koth yesterday, and he helped put my mind at ease a little bit. Today, rather. Thanks, voice in me head.
I got you.
As you say that, there is his soft expression on his face, uncharacteristically so for the stern man you know him to be, raises an eyebrow. This curiosity upsurging visibly beyond expectation. Is that so?
Yeah, I
You do
went
not
over
mind
and-
my prying. What was shared?
Well, I went over to the barracks to speak with him. He said he had something he wanted to talk to me about.
Interesting.
And we talked about how my mental state had become dangerous to the mission. And he confided in me his worries, and then helped me realize what was important. He helped me deal with my stress. Remember who I am.
And it was just his worry he confided in you.
Deception. Yeah.
Yeah, roll deception check.
Yeah. That's that's not a good.
Does it beat a 24?
Well, let's fucking find out here, at least. Sorry, I'm trying to navigate the app. I'm using the app now instead of the browser.
Ooh. So
It's a
deception
learning
would be
process.
under your skills. Can actually
Connor, I believe in you.
pull it up
That's
on
a
my end.
15.
15 on a 24. The suddenness of your response does kind of shake him a little bit. I've trusted Koth for many years. He has kept us safe on our journeys. And though it wasn't until recent that the events as they are that you two have begun to associate to such depth, I must wane. He coughs and almost as if something is stuck in his throat. There are... And he is becoming visibly upset, as if there's words that can't leave his lips. Koth has invested himself into dark corners.
What? I act surprised. Huh?
And though I still trust him with your protection and Avanti's, there is worry in the shifting of his goals.
But if I can't trust Koth, then who can I trust?
He walks up to you and takes your hand in his, which you can see visibly begins to burn his flesh, but he does not move as he raises it and presses it against your heart. Though I will not join you, as much as I wish I could. My fate is not what it once was. Otherwise, I would lead this charge alongside you, or spare you it altogether. Trust in me, and know that if there are any Greater hands shifting the balance of what is at play. Mine are desperately trying to keep it aligned.
I'm gonna be strong for you, Dad.
Are you wearing the pendant that was within the silken envelope?
I think I put it in my backpack.
Put in your backpack, okay. That pendant I gave you, it is a symbol of what our people left long ago. An inverse of the sun above. If you ever doubt yourself, or the fire within you, hold it close and know that it is responsible for much of the life within you.
I will. I won't ever lose it. It will be on me at all times.
Be cautious of whispered voices, of what they beckon. You'll be pulled in all directions, threatened to be torn apart by those seeking your power. Your power. Do not let them convince you to sway one way or another from your foundation.
It is. It is my power.
He takes his burning hand, the gray flesh, singeing red, as there is a subtle protection from the element spell being cast upon himself to give him resistance to fire. As he takes his hand wrapped around yours, moves it just a little bit and kind of pounds against your chest. There's so many words I wish I could say. Locked away in actions of the past. My thoughts will be with you the whole time. And my actions here will all be for the preparation of your return. And you will return.
I will. I will.
He looks at you as there is a subtle welling of tears in the edge of his left eye that just singes away in the heat of the room.
I won't let you down.
It is your power, my boy. Our world will be shaped by all of your actions. But make no mistake. You are the light. And though you may be young, there will come a time when those about you will need that light, not more darkness. And before any more mist escapes his eyes, he turns with this flourish of his long black robes and walks out the door.
What the fuck?
So Jovan has followed the advice of both Avanti and Koth in having what conversation and what words could break his lips with you, Hyliak. As the day begins to pass, if there is no other actions to be taken, dusk will be upon you soon. And a final peace, a final meditation within the towering walls. This bastion that has kept you safe for so long will be left behind you. And all but mystery will lie ahead as you trace the steps of ancestors thousands of generations in the past. From the Ashen Trail to the gate it leads, and whatever shifting realms of stone and caverns lies above. Ah, nice big sip.
Okay, drink that water.
Oh, it ain't water, pal.
Oh,
Hyliak
goodness.
is certain now. He is certain that he's going on this mission.
And as a part of
Must.
that conversation, give me an insight check.
Insight check. 13.
13. You don't gain much, but there is the subtle inclination of when he spoke and said words that cannot escape my lips. It was odd, as within those pauses, it seems as if he attempted to speak, but only air came out before he had to switch to a new sentence. There was something binding him from saying more.
Huh. Huh.
You leave him breathless.
I'm just
Something like that.
a breathless guy.
Something like that. All right.
Man, I thought Dad was going to chew me out.
Now he's worried. There was genuine worry. Uncharacteristically so. Someone you've known for all your life, even as you've joined him in between his travels in the 3 remaining sanctums. He's been stern, stoic, perhaps even aggressive in his tutelage. This is something completely new. And his worry is more than just confined to yourself, alluding to some grander perspective, though with no detail that could parse into words. Whatever it may be, you are the light in the darkness that will guide them. Or perhaps the shadow that will turn dark into pitch and consume them. And as you lay down for a night's meditation, your eyes is closing, the burning inferno of emerald light around you, dimming away. You think on his words. As slumber greets you.
Do I want to do a ritual action tonight? What are you thinking, chat?
You do have a long rest. If you would like to take, if anybody would like to take any long rest actions, enchantment, research, crafting, having any encounters or dialogue with NPCs or each other, now will be the moment. At least if you would like to do it within the safety of the sanctum, especially so if it is with any individuals residing within that place.
So it's nighttime, getting close to midnight.
I would say at this point, the hours have passed. It is entering dusk. When you look out your window, the only light you see is the few scattered sconces of violet arcane globules, dimming and relighting ever so slowly, illuminating the stone streets below.
I go to the place and wait for Antonid.
Ooh. What place was that?
The plaza.
The plaza.
One of the trade plazas.
Okay. We could say it is a familiar plaza, as it was one of the first experiences you ever had with real combat. Though the rubble has been cleared, the fountain torn asunder by the raging Herculon, fighting however he could against the system that enslaved him, before being put down and inflamed alongside an engulfed trade cart. First combat encounter of this campaign. You return, the fountain is fresh and new. You see 3 scholars, young, perhaps a single rank of a first year shown, not gold or silver, but merely bronze. Upon their lapel, they sit and study, going over these dense tomes, taking notes in their own, copying down. Besides that, there's but a few slave carts hauling supplies, the slow bustle of the dusk marketplace, the majority of the storefronts closed down or barred. But there is still a nightlife here. There is places of imbibement, of leisure for scholars and blackguard alike to knock off the worries of the world that surrounds them. And I'll say you find a nice silver bench, braided together like growing vines, along with multiple others that surround. I like that I see Antonid Conveer just made a roll.
And then he sneaks up on you with a stealth check.
So
Then he one taps you instantly.
And then he one taps.
He's trying to persuade his companions to come on. I want all the kids to go to the party.
Let me go, please.
I want to go hang out with the cool kids.
it is rather hard considering he isn't fully here right now. But seeing that he just rolled in the Beyond chat, maybe he will soon. So if we would like to take a quick timestamp and a quick little break, see if Ryan will be here in maybe the next 5-10 minutes, we can come back and let this encounter come to the full fruition with the player present. And we are back. A little bit of a quick intervention there. Avanti, you wait at the marketplace for 10, 20, 30 minutes. You begin to question if and when Antonid will be arriving.
He'll be here. Yes.
If you look in roll 20, this is just what Avanti looks like right now.
Oh man, that is a pretty stylish sad face though. Realize, real slimes. You sit there for a moment. You hear pressing footsteps drawing closer, but you turn just to see that it's another scholar coming to join the group that's sitting on the edge of the fountain. You look around. It's silent. It's peaceful, but worrying in the absence. Your mind wonders of the true reasons of why he hasn't arrived. Though you do take a turn from just waiting to listening to the city. This place you grew up in, inhabited the whole of your life, and unlike Hyliak, haven't left it until but recently. How long will it be until you see this place again? How much will things change by the time you get back? What will be repaired? What will be replaced? And as you think about that, the creeping thought of, will you return, intrudes upon your mind, and you try to push it to the back. It's ever present, whispering in your mind. This subtle doubt. Your whole life you've prepared in the arcane, getting ready to one day take seat perhaps on the arcane senate of the Unlight Seminary. To have a magical achievement of yours inscribed upon the many pillars of that magnificent place of learning. And for the first time, all that certainty is put into question. The chatter of the nightlife grows dim, much like the lights around you. And your mind trickles back into that one vision of pearl sand shores and a crimson sea of red armored warriors clashing against Blackguard, of the massive shard, of the Slayer, this ephemeral being of silver-plated armor, a visage almost as alien as it is powerful, hovering overhead. You contemplate on its meaning, on its foresight, like you always had with those dreams, parsing the potential realities born from them. And with that, I know, Hyliak, you were kind of tossing up the idea of a long rest action.
Yes.
And then, Koth, I know you also discussed about pursuing a contact within the walls. I don't know if you're going to do that today.
Yeah, could I have done that after shopping? Or is it too late for that? Okay.
The Sanctum walls are always active. It is, and necessarily so. Ready for any attack. If you're dutiful enough in your approach, you're likely to find the one you seek.
Boulder, how much time do I have until I have to long rest? Because I will have gone here after shopping.
Yeah, I would say with the current timeline with Koth, it would be roughly around 6 p.m.
Okay.
You've got enough time to make it to the wall, ascend up its inner lift without having to climb like the previous occasion, and attempt to find the individual you look for.
Would I also have time to inspect the arcane cannons, like in person?
What's it?
Yeah.
No, mate, you don't get time for that.
No, dude, that is a lot of stuff.
That's a lot of inspecting. That's a lot of inspecting.
So, sorry, I kind of blanked out there for a second. You were
You're all good.
You were going to make your way to the wall, and what were you looking for specifically?
So I was curious if I could talk to that contact and have time to look over the arcane cannons to see them in person and get an idea about them.
Okay. You have gone through the wall on multiple occasions. You've seen where the lifts are otherwise embedded inside of its thick mass. Thick mass
Huge wall.
But they are gated and confined with a dozen or more guards per each, 2 lifts per side or per gate, typically a few miles away from the central exit. So, coming forward, you are addressed as those down at the bottom would be one blackguard captain overseeing the men beside him who patrol the walls, each on one side, while there is looks like 8 that stay stationed there, 2 within the lift itself, whereas the rest remain outside, one of them being the captain. And as you approach, the captain walks up to the inside of the grate where the lock is on the inside rather than the out. And without hesitation, a key leaves a chain at his side as it rises up. Praetorian, do you have business at the Sanctum?
And this will have been into the wall itself, not just the arcane cannons.
This would be at the base of the wall as you're nearing the lift that would raise you up to the various inlets that lead to, or would lead to the halls and the various walkways between the thick granite exterior and onto the outside balconies where the cannons reside. And what you're seeing is the overseer of this.
I had some business to conduct here. And I'm just going to fucking nudge my Praetorian change.
So shall be. I trust that a Praetorian of the Council has their business duly noted. You may join us. We were just about to rise. Take caution. It is likely to be rather busy. The shifts are beginning to change. The dusk crew will be overtaking that of the dawn. If you wish to follow us to the first inlet, you may do so. And the gate opens, you walk behind the dense coiled bars as the captain turns around, puts both hands on this thick ironwood lever, and these giant cogs that are otherwise set within the wall and the platform itself begin to creak to life, stirring a slew of dust and powder from the constant rotation as the platform itself is probably 20 feet wide and almost 20 feet wide and almost half as much long, embedded into the wall as it slowly rises up. You feel the weight in your core begin to stir as what semblance of an equilibrium is tested as the height grows higher and higher and higher. 50, 80, 100 feet. 200. You reach the first inlet. As it's set, there's these prongs within the platform itself that almost launch in to the wall beside it and hold it stable as the captain gives a subtle bow, gesturing for you to walk forward before following behind you. If you would like to find the other lifts, it'll be but a 10-minute walk eastward and roughly 30 westward. I will show you the eastward will be the better of the solution, as the majority of the traffic now will be coming down from the inner staircases from the internal barracks. If there is anything I can help with, let me know. If not, any of those residing upon the wall would be more than honored to assist you.
I give him a nod and Boulder, just from memory, the arcane cannons, are they on the third section of the wall and the barracks are on the second?
Barracks would be on the second, the arcane cannons would be on the third, yes.
Okay. So yeah, I guess I'll head to the barracks first to try and find Zoranel.
Zoranel. You loop around. You return to the very place of the wall where the massive gash left by the Tarrasque's tail, otherwise carved through some almost 100 feet. You return to see it practically without a crack. The arcane welds, sealing it and making it one solid piece of stone. You smell the familiar scent of food being cooked near the chef's quarters of this portion of the wall that you visited one time. The elder in which you encountered, seemingly being one of the cooks now stationed there, their age residing them to a more relaxed position, but one of duty nonetheless. I'd say roll an investigation check just to see how long it'll take you.
Okay. Hey, Boulder, can I cast guidance? Would that be applicable here?
Of course. It's a
Great.
skill check.
I don't even fucking need it. That's a nat 20. I hound him.
Money. The spark that lit the fire of what has become this expedition first started on this wall. The memories, the spirits of your inner self that flooded ever more into you with this discovered purpose started here. You remember every turn, every hall. You see the stairs that you once rushed up. You see where the Blackguard once spotted you as you attempted to ascend with Avanti and Hyliak, trying to reach the inlet higher, to sneak through that crack and convene with the caravan of the hidden counselor. This purpose granted to you by Droven Crux, what seems like ages ago, but hardly even a few months. And you glance past and you see the very place where you stood as you encountered this elder, remarking, almost hauntedly so, at the inheritance plate mail adorned across your breast. It has changed somewhat, polished, made new in some portions, filled with fine silks. But as you walk past the door to this small inner cafeteria, you see an old drow hunched over a bowl of dough, one hand covered in powder and flour as he mushes what will one day be bread into shape. He hears the footsteps coming. The final meal of dawn has passed. If you are part of the dusk crew, you can return in but a few hours. Yours will be awaiting. He goes to continue speaking. Your footfalls grow closer. He turns to glance upon you. Sorry, do I know you?
You do, I believe we spoke months prior. However long it's been, exactly, I say.
It has been, I think, roughly 3 months. With combined travel, it has been around 3 months. Yeah. He looks you over and he freezes upon... Are you wearing your helmet?
Yeah, I would be.
Okay. He looks upon the helmet, one of the most identifiable shreds of the inheritance plate mail. I see you. You're the one I ran into that one night.
And I am.
And to be fair, my memory isn't what it used to be. So many faces pass by in these halls, come and go, and many never seen again. I'm glad to have a moment once more with you, my friend. And
I am.
to assist with my recollection, Because you didn't tell him your name was Koth. Did you say you were Karth Zal in that moment?
Nope. I said I was Lorak Id, who turned out to be as old, or I said I
Oh,
was a
that's right.
descendant of
Because it
Lorak
was
Id.
one of the names engraved. Was it in the walls
It
of
was
the
in the wall. It was
wall?
embedded in the wall. It was one of the random names on there, and he got a nat 20, and he knew the guy.
Oh, you said you were his son, right?
I was a descendant of some kind.
Descendant.
Yeah, like I said probably something along the lines that my father wore this armor.
You're the progeny of Lornak. I, old ghosts always find a way of creeping back into life. I had hoped for a moment at the time to sit down and reminisce, but it seems I but needed to be patient. Please, this meal was waiting for the dusk shift, but I have some in reserves that I can more than willingly share. Excuse me, actually, I have something far more suitable. If you would like, there is some baked bread. I will pull it out of the oven shortly, but as he turns around, it is a small confine here. It is mostly kitchen with probably 2 or 3 benches and tables set aside, each probably enough to seat, probably 10, 15 different blackguard, as it seems that they likely move in between the various cafeterias and places of rest within the inner portion of the sanctum wall. You find a seat as he opens one of the cupboards and pulls out this half-empty bottle with a broken wax top, but still swirling within it this dark red wine. As he grabs what from a distance would look like a pestle, or like a mortar and pestle, but is a stone chalice. Grabs one for you and for himself, and he pours it inside.
I would like to try and stop him.
I'm really sorry.
There's no need for that. I wish I could, but I am here to. I'm sorry, but I can't stay long. I am here on the highest business. I did come to talk to you to see you because I have a favor to ask you. And I also have brought a gift as well. And I'm going to take out the wine bottle we got from Umbara.
It is funny. The labels are very similar, though the dates marked upon them, in a competition, yours has a few centuries over the other, as they seem to have otherwise been fermented from similar berries of the meadow, though yours is darker and swirls with this almost ethereal sparkle hidden within the liquid inside, filled to the brim with a sealed wax cap. Well, now I was about to say I've been saving this for a fine day, but this one has certainly gotten far better than expected. For the next one, then. As he recorks it, sets it back on the shelf, and ever so slowly works his way over. You can tell that perhaps at one point in time, he may have had an injury, potentially fracturing his femur or shin, as he has a subtle limp, and he drags one foot behind him as he comes over, his hunched back. This is a very old drow, but one dedicated to his service. I must say I would never expect such a bounty to be shared with one as myself. But in old age, there's nothing but to imbibe in the time, and imbibe I shall.
Wisdom to share. We spoke earlier, and I know you're a veteran of the Inheritance War, and there's so much I wish I knew that I don't. I have some questions for you about it. Board, are you ready to stay in Duskhelm for another 2 days, another 3 weeks?
Yes, dear.
So, over the course of the conversation, even though I have some ability or some knowledge of it, I would like to ask general things, relatively speaking.
Of course.
And at one point, I will have asked about the prominent commanders to learn more about them, and then to go into asking if he recognizes the names Kurovzal or Daruhan.
There were so many that fought in the war. None within our realms escaped its wrath. I myself was but a foot soldier in the last century, out of 800 that had lasted. And now I am one of the last who still live of that great war. I was there when Nazareth fell, giving up his life and in turn his execution. As for the ones of...
Now wait a second, Boulder, I fucking stop you there. What?
Yeah.
What did you see with Nazareth?
Not much. I saw a flurry of red as the man tore through the front lines. I was lucky that day. I was promoted but weeks prior, otherwise I would have been one of the 100 cut down. An army of one. It's still mysterious what fiendish powers filled the Nethrali. What sacrifices their lord must have made to hurt so many of his own.
And you say you saw his execution?
Well, it would be hard not to. The execution of Nazareth was something that took almost 100 days. Piece by piece they tore the man apart, making a well-needed lesson for those that would dare continue the heritage of the Bloody Council. I did not see his final breaths, but I remember when they carved him off at the knees, left him dangling in that same cage, seeing as it rusted along with the rot of his body. For the names of Zal, I only know it as the title of the High House of Caranthi. Perhaps a captain within the time, though I served on the others. Daruhan, that is a mystery to myself as well, though another member of the High House is certainly that of the... Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
That of the Draniri. Hulking beasts of war they were. One of the few that were actually gained their own independent regiments. Much of the front line were composed of the Draniri. Perhaps he would know more. But myself, I was but a humble boy. My blade only tasted a few of the crimson armored.
I understand, thank you. Very telling. You're one of the few left standing from that time, and if you find yourself the time or the ability, could I ask you to write down your experience or the regimenting, the training exercises that you recall? What informed the the forces of the congruency? I can pay you for this. I can.
Oh, there isn't much someone as old as myself could use gold for. After all, those that survived the inheritance were given a rather suitable tithe. I still ride on it to this day and have no need to pay for housing. Ever since I left the fields of battle, I have resided here. After my injury, it was due time for me to leave my blade behind me and take up a passion I never thought I'd be able to undergo. I find peace in cooking for the boys here. These young men need a hearty meal and one who knows how to make one. As for the regimenting and the training, it was hasty. If it wasn't for Nazareth's violent mercy, the war could have gone on for centuries more. But perhaps there was some redemption in the man, sparing his own people and us in turn. The regiments were formed quickly. Myself, I was drafted with thousands of others. I was born in Gloomhaven, but found myself in survival of the war, the chance to come to the Helm City. Training was simple. Sparring, what few expeditions could be made without angering the vanguard of the Netherali. But there was not much process to it. Many boys were but in their second decade when they were thrown to their end, and if they didn't march to it, they were executed for cowardice. I myself almost met that end. Twice over in the same day. It wasn't the battle with Nazareth that I was sent to where I got the injury that broke me. It was the one prior. It tore through our ranks like a wave of crimson.
What was the battle?
It was the third following Black Spire. The Dread recently tore through Reeve, but the Netheril was still valiant in the defenses of their empire. I was part of a scouting regiment of the time, rather large for today's comparison. The Vanguard themselves operated less than 30, but we were 100 strong. And when we fled, we are not but 20. We were to pick off those fleeing Reeve and Faden, hiding within the wilds of the meadow. But it wasn't them that we came to face. It was the vanguard of old Netheril. Dedicated to their reclamation, as they were until the disbandment. They were split themselves and convinced us that they were our allies. None of them full Netherali blood, we were mistaken in trusting them. Though easily fooled by their rusted eyes and their pale visage not a full pitch, it makes me wonder how their loyalty was bought with so little purity in their veins. In the night, they cut through a dozen men, and when we awoke, they cut through a dozen more. I stirred from my slumber in just enough time to part the throat of the one that embedded his blade into my leg. It's hard to say who won, as in the end it seemed we both fled, disappearing into the dim lights of the trees above, clinging to the iron woods as they were our shield. We lost others on the return to the Helm City, not to the enemy, but to the aberrations. Men would be pulled into the bushes, naught but their limbs left. Their veins ripped from their body like webs of crimson silk strewn across the trees. I may have some hatred for what the Nethrali and their cults did. But the horrors that keep us locked in here, those are what truly killed my brothers. Because at least by blade, a fast death was typically awarded for the valiance of a noble heart. But in the meadows, a man could disappear into gore, his screams heard for hours, so long that you become unsure if they're even their voices. He begins to shake. He is experiencing an onset of PTSD.
I would like to put my hand on his shoulder a bit.
Some of the wine escapes his chalice as it shakes and you put your hand on his shoulder. He calms a bit. I apologize, my mind can drift.
There's no need to apologize, I understand. Thank you for sharing this with me.
Thank you for listening.
Always.
So many on these walls, they forget. Many, they were born centuries, if not millennia after. Men like myself and your progeny are relics. A lot of those upon the outer wall, they see themselves, rightly so, as valiant-hearted, but they hold no flame to the burning hearts of the men who fought in that battle. For now they defend a city, but then we defended the sanctity of all. It is haunting how something so large and defining for our people can be forgotten and lost, reduced to words on pages, collecting dust on shelves simply walked by. I'm glad there are still those who wear that armor, the pride of their ancestors.
I hope to see it that more people will continue to honor what has come before them, and these lessons are not forgotten. Thank you for your time. Thank you for sharing what you've told me. I apologize that I can't stay for long, and that other matters are approaching.
I can understand.
Although
It seems you have risen rather far in such a short time. And his eyes catch the silver embossing of Mercy's mask. A Praetorian comes to little surprise. You have strong blood coursing through you, my boy. Make sure it's not spilt on your duties, though I dare not ask. I hope they have nothing resembling the cursed times I saw in my youth. And if there is anything you can do for this old man, is to remember his words. They carry them on for your generation and those that follow. For without our voices, our things may be forgotten in whole.
I promise you they won't be forgotten.
Your forefather would be proud, Lornak. You bear his name well.
I'm honored to hear that. Boulder, can I roll for guilt?
Roll for guilt? Roll a fortitude check.
Yeah.
Roll for guilt.
That's a 15.
You're guilty.
It is sad. It is a depressing moment, made ever more so by the fact that there is a level of deception here. But for whatever barrier that creates, the connection with this elder, with the words of wisdom he shares, leaps over its confines, and it reaches you nonetheless. Though the name he uses isn't yours, and its meaning is nothing more than a simple cover. Those words matter. And you can feel the spirit of Karthzal watching with you, listening, remembering.
That warms my heart. Koth is visibly happy under the helmet, but it's going to stay on.
As it always does.
As it always does. Boulder, I have no idea what bloodline Lorak it is. I'm scared to take off the helmet.
Yeah, that's a good idea. The House of Id possesses no high house. It would be of a blended heritage. So it
Okay.
has no higher political standing. They wouldn't be considered nobility.
I just want to avoid that trap card.
Yeah. That's why I asked.
Fuck you. Relatively speaking, that's all I have after this heartwarming discussion, and my spirit's filled, baby. I would like to go take a look at the arcane cannons just to try and understand them with Arcana check to know what they are, or like what exactly, hypothetically speaking, be looking for.
You rise to leave, and before you do, he raises a hand, you both finishing your cups. Before you go, an old man such as myself has no use for a blade anymore. He turns, pulls a sword from his hip, unraveling the dark leather belt that keeps it there. It isn't much. You could find far better craftsmanship within the marketplaces. But this has seen far more than many steels have. It is a curved blade, a split tip like a forked tongue.
You honor me with
If
this,
it's
that you have.
any consolation, this is the blade that I fell the man who threatened my life with his. I will not draw it in my remaining lifetime, so may it see battle once more. He hands you what would equate to a +2 scimitar.
Shoot. And my roll D20 broke. D&D Beyond, sorry.
Oh, I thought you rolled one of your dice and it just split in half.
No, not yet. That's bound to happen, though. Imagine rolling a nat 1 on rolling a dice, dude. That would suck. But I will absolutely take the +2 scimitar. Thank you so much for this gift. I promise you, it was served well, and it won't be forgotten. None of this will be.
Thank you for humoring an old soul. With words like these, it is a way for us to gain immortality, for not all will be marked upon the walls of the sanctum. It is but the word of mouth and the stories told by those that follow us that we shall live on beyond death. Go well, and go in congruency. I will be wishing you best in your endeavors. And if you are to return and find me here still clinging to life, I will have another meal waiting.
I'll be happy to share it and tell you the tale. And what did you say? It was a +2 scimitar?
+2 scimitar.
Cool.
Nothing fancy, nothing crazy. It is just a...
It is my best weapon.
That's the best weapon he has, bro. You haven't given him anything this whole campaign.
Full lash. It is objectively better.
He was using a default mace before.
Basically, I guess.
I mean, +2 isn't nothing to sneeze at, but it's
No,
like
no,
he
it's
doesn't have any crazy
That's
abilities.
really good. Like that's really.
it's really good. It's real a lot better than the Escapeful Lash. It's a really
really
nice
good
gift.
for you. I
Hey,
mean,
just a quick check. You do have proficiency with scimitars, right?
Yes, yes, I do. Thank you for. Don't worry, got that stuff worked out a long time ago. Didn't have to read a book
Okay.
for it.
I can't wait for us to forget this moment and for you to sell it.
How fucking dare you don't think I have it in my notes? You don't think as a
Good,
lord
good.
I don't keep this stuff written down?
I mean,
Lord,
no.
down and I still forget.
I want to get out of this wall. We're so close to leaving.
Please, hey, okay, guys, it's the next day, right? I go back home.
Just let me check the arcane cannons.
Just
let
one
me-
more day in
just-
Duskhelm, please.
I gotta get out of
One
here before
more
Calator kills
day.
me, man.
All right, so you leave the elder behind, moving up another inlet, traveling 100 feet more until the city below is but moving specks. You come across the arcane cannons and hear the beating wings of Reaver Guard far overhead as they patrol the outer ring of the city. You approach relatively unquestioned. As you near one of the arcane cannons, there is two attending mages there, those that are typically known to sacrifice themselves and all of their mana in times of dire need, as well as a gathering of 4 artillerists that are used to otherwise crank the mechanisms and adjust the cannons for firing.
Okay. I would like to spend my time Lord, I don't want to have another dialogue. I'm not built for it.
No problem. We could say for the sake of brevity, you are greeted
Talking with the
you are
wizards.
questioned.
Yeah.
They speak about the mana drain, and they go into how it's relatively good training, as the more you expunge yourself of mana over time, your reserves slowly grow.
Could I, as they're talking about the cannon, going over it, relatively speaking, could I make an Arcana check to see if I understand it, or could see if I could sense if it uses the essential essences, or if the design of it uses the essential essences?
Of course. Roll Arcana.
Okay. And this would be with guidance. First one is going to be okay. Well, okay. That's going to be an 18 plus 2 for 20 plus 1 for a 21 total.
DC was 20. As you guide your gauntlet over the platinum script of runes, almost multiple runic circles engraved upon the barrel, upon the supporting arms, you reach past this almost astrolabe-like coating, very similar to what would have been seen in the Laosi estate, though on a much larger scale. These interlaced metals that rotate and have this Damascus shine. Though the mana is light with them, they slowly rotate with these faint blue arcs. There is this sphere, like sapphire underneath, smooth with inset fractals. It's barely there. Barely. But you pick up this faintest sense of a bead of essence within. And you see, with but the quickest glance, the perception of mages who have lost their lives in charging this advanced arcane battery, as in their final moments of valiant sacrifice flood over you. You feel your core pulse like a rapidly beating heart. You feel anxiety and devotion, fear and duty, as one after another, all those that sacrifice themselves to this machine wave past you in but a flash. And there's almost like this snap of energy in your mind. This amber arc in the very center of that giant azure marble. There is essence hidden within this. And it unsettles you. The mana may charge the cannons, but the strongest fuel, that which keeps it running, is the necessity of life, the devotion to the machine, sacrifice, that emotion. And it comes to you. They are mistaken in the fact that mana is what charges these machines. It is a minor contribution. For the exterior artifice that binds it, it increases its movement, assists in the essences hidden deep within, perhaps empowers it further, but not as much as the souls siphoned within, unknowing to themselves, believing that they must sacrifice all of their mana. The real fuel was in expunging their mana and losing their lives.
Can I make another fortitude check?
Yeah!
As a 16.
This is 16. That was a DC 20. Though you still rolled high enough, I will say this is 1d4 d4s instead of d6s.
Okay.
So roll a d4 and then roll that many d4s.
All right. I knew I was on to you. That would be 4.
Roll 4d4.
That would be 9. Additional stress. Everything is fine.
9 stress. You pull back from that moment and you look at the two mages beside you, standing confidently, unknowing of the truth behind the device that they are devoted to fuel.
I would do my best to end the conversation with them, thank them for their service, and then walk to around a corner or into
One of the
a
inlets.
section.
There's,
One of the inlets out looking at.
Yeah.
And hyperventilate around the corner and try and collect myself after learning that. And in this moment, hey, Boulder, you mind if could I just spend some time here, like 30 minutes, doing a little bit of a stress heal, looking down at the city with this revelation?
Of course. Are you going to be using one of your class stress heals?
Yes.
Okay. You can roll for that.
Yeah, I am going to be using the, I guess, Sacred Ritual stress heal. So a DC 15 religion check. That is not a D20.
You just rolled a d12, didn't you?
No, shut the fuck up. I would like to add guidance to the roll.
Okay.
So that'll be a 9 plus 3 for a 12 plus 3 for a 16.
Just barely.
All part of the plan. Man, I have
Breathe
too many
in
tabs
and
open.
out, looking over the city. You pull yourself, somewhat channeling your inner Eos, understanding the grand portrait of what lies below. And no matter the sacrifice to the devices that guard the city, they are no less a necessity. And though you pity and feel sorrow for those that were lost, and surely those that will continue to be, you know that in the least, their sacrifices are not in vain.
After collecting myself, I would like to head back to the barracks to do long rest and such.
At this point, it has properly come into dusk. I would say you're right around 8 to 9. So long rest will be upon you soon.
Does anyone have any long rest actions?
Cardiac.
Oh yeah. After what Koth showed me last session, I think I want to get started on research.
Right. That right up. So what is your main goal with this?
I need to recall what happened last. So, hold on one second.
Welcome, Anthony, by the way.
Hello.
Welcome.
Antonin was
And-
default dancing the whole time Siegward was giving his talk to Ka.
Where's the where was the research?
It was a Google
Specific
Doc.
app. You have the Essence of Eos 1 research. If you were to attempt to research that essence more, the DC is 20. So you can attempt to unlock that power and explore with it more, making a spellcasting check. And for however more you get over 20, you add that to your progress. An essence of Eos is the essence of memory, the experiences that define and shape the soul. That gives you any inspiration. For simplicity's sake, you can just say that
exactly I'm trying to research for it.
Okay. You can say you try to enter the inner realms of Eos, which is essentially the sapphire sea of borealis strands and engrams of memory that reside within your soul. That would be one of the first steps.
Yeah, because Koth helped me do that last time, but I wasn't able to do that without him.
Yep.
So I guess that's my first step.
Okay. You settle down, enter a meditative crossing of legs, an attempt to close your eyes and see within yourself. This moment, you can attempt to make a spellcasting check with advantage because your patron is assisting you.
Oh, and spellcasting check is like what, a D20 plus?
D20 plus your charisma. Yep.
Okay. What do we think? Do we want to use real dice or D&D Beyond for this one?
The real dice have soul, man. They have
like for stuff like
the-
this, I recommend the real dice.
All right, first roll is a 90. Fuck. And then the second roll is also a 19. Wow. Fuck me.
Dude, the
Is
real
that with
dice
your
have soul,
modifier?
man.
With modifier.
You attempt to penetrate that barrier, but all that greets your eyes is darkness as you hear the voice of your patron in your mind. The essences of the soul are so rarely found.
I know.
With persistent growth is unlocked.
How is Todd so good at it?
Persist. I mean, he is a being predominantly
being
composed of essence.
Starlight and essence.
You are far primordial than you are divine.
This isn't my element.
That it is not.
How many
That
attempts
is-
of this do I get per long rest?
You can spend all 3 attempts doing so.
Then I shall.
All right. Each one you can make with advantage.
Round 2. Well, okay. Don't look at that first roll. Oh, 21. That's progress.
21.
Yo.
You continue to
That's-
push through, following the words of beckoning encouragement whispered to you in the back of your mind by your patron. You chase those whispers, following them until you see in the blackness, like a jet stream flowing through pitch, this light, like the aurora borealis, sapphire blue. As you reach out without body, you grasp hold. And you are pulled into this realm defined by endless strands of various shifting tones of blue sapphire. Like stars in the sky, surrounding you in all directions. There is thousands upon thousands of engrams, each one housing a memory that has defined what makes Hyliak. So I will say, you do have one more attempt during this long rest if you would like to attempt to explore a memory, discover an engram, or venture through this expanse. You can.
I've broken through.
Break on through to the
Moment-
other side.
Momentarily, I've broken through.
Take your wins.
Explore a memory.
Is there anything of Hyliak's past that isn't fully remembered by him? Any questions that could be remembered? Or memories that are hidden, lost with time, buried beneath other engrams? There are answers here, if you know how but to look.
Nah, just take me into the closest engram.
Closest engram. Okay.
It's just you going shopping. Like, oh man, those were good times.
Cool, man. Roll a d20 for me. And depending on how high you roll is how
8.
oh, how distant this is. Okay, 8. You pull the memory of when you first entered the Enlight Seminary. You were older than Avanti when he first started, but you were enrolled nonetheless, Droven accompanying you by your side, as you house your diminutive youthful form in this moment. The small trickling emerald flames atop your head as you walked up those many stairs, exhausted by them. You reached the top as passing scholars all looked and stared in confusion, only to look away and create room as the parting force of Drovin's gaze fell upon them in turn.
I was embarrassed in this moment.
You were embarrassed. You were confused at why they were staring at you. You were different, but it shouldn't cause such confusion. You were young, naive, unknowing to the bias and prejudice to all that is different. You remember being introduced to your first instructor and having them gasp upon your entry as you opened the door before your mentor. And as you did, they responded, "Excuse me, young sir, there is no practicing of the arcane arts in the halls. You must reduce such evoked forces at once," as they otherwise assumed that the flames around you were the miscastings of a spell. Before they were pulled out into the hall and had a conversation with Drovin, as you were embarrassingly sat in the front of the entire lectured class by yourself.
No, dude. Can I take
Left
stress
there.
damage?
Roll a fortitude check.
Let's see. Fortitude check. 20. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You remember this moment well, and you recognize it as a memory. The embarrassment has passed, and the welling emotion of confusion and growing sadness fades. This memory is yours now. This space, yours to manipulate and fold. Those glares mean nothing now. You're more powerful than all of them, even with the years that have passed. Though you don't have any trinkets adorning your collar, the power within you dwarfs that of all the meager arcanists that critiqued you based purely upon your evoked appearance.
Oh my.
Bye. That I say, since you still had one last remaining long rest action, you can roll one more time to see if you can gain any more character research.
One more roll for all
At
the
advantage.
for all the marbles. Don't want to look at that one.
Don't perceive it.
All right, that's a 12.
You have strove rather far and grasped what many, if not all, of the souls within the realms around you don't even know exists.
It's going to be a
And-
long journey.
And to an extent, your soul has been exhausted. And at this point, you conclude the memory as you're pulled from the glass-like fractalization, the fog, the memory growing foggy as you're pulled from it, like viewing it through shattered glass. You're in the sapphire sea of Eos before being pulled back into yourself in the meditative state. Knowledge flows like water. quenching burning thirst. An inferno that will never be doused, that shall evaporate and scorch away all knowledge into itself. You awaken tired. And if that is where we would like to enter our long rest, unless anybody else had anything they'd like to attempt for their long rest actions.
Any resters in chat?
I don't know if this would be a long rest action, but I got some tiny things I want to quickly do.
Tiny things, huh?
Yeah, nothing too crazy, but
Poison Avanti.
Yeah, that was already done. I did that during the day. I don't do it now. In the Bar Outpost, I took some of the robes from Allistus Crusader.
Yes.
Could I combine them with my plates, or like my current armor, to... I want to try to hide the Order of Allistus symbol, but trying to incorporate the robes into it.
Okay. Are you replacing the existing silks that are there? Because remember, you filled the gaps.
Yeah,
with,
I feel like I
basic
have
pieces.
to.
Okay.
So, like...
Easy enough. It is a bit tattered, though intact when compared to the majority of others that were torn apart by the broken bones and mutations that erupted from within them. You drape it over the armor as it was once worn by the previous person. The legions of man typically having a foot or two over that of the Lore elves. I'd say even this doesn't even require a crafting check. This will just take a long rest action, and you can incorporate it rather well with your armor. The majority of the plate and the breastplate will be covered in the robes, similar to how Crusaders would cover their chainmail and their plate.
Yeah, and am I able to conceal or hide any Order of Allistus symbols on the robe if there were any?
There is a giant, what equates to a crossed A on the very front of the robes. It would be hard, and to do so, you would have to tear the robes.
Hypothetically speaking, if quietly looks at mending...
Yeah, it's non-magical.
If I could... Yeah, and is it like larger than a foot, the amount of space it takes up?
I would say...
Because what I could do is I could take bits and pieces of it off at a time and mend it over to slowly get it out and have it...
I would say if you wanted to, as another long rest action...
I would love to. If you will allow it.
I won't make you roll for it. But with mending, I would say you could incorporate and alter the fabric. So you would essentially have to remove your breastplate. So you would probably you're in your chambers. Now you would remove the breastplate and hide the symbol underneath the breastplate, and you otherwise have to cut holes for the straps that go over your shoulders. But the white garments would stick out almost like sleeves. There's still like some red thread and embossing around the base of them, but no direct religious iconography.
Great. And all of this would be happening within the Valiant Hall section where Mercy's Vanguard is, in like one of the private chambers. But I am around my peers, I say, for anyone trying to kill me. And those would be my...
As you put on the robes, there is but a flash of memory, that of Talion. You hear the fall of hooves upon earth before the memory greets you. These crusaders, perhaps some of the first inceptions of those followers of Allistus, as they ran down the little boy's village, burning it to the ground. You hear the whisper in your head. You won't turn into one of them, will you?
Not in the slightest, but I know we will encounter them soon enough. I would rather they think I am. But I promise you I will make them pay for what they've done.
There's no words that follow, but this satisfaction, almost disturbingly maliciously so, for the youthful soul that it is sourced from. There is pleasure in knowing that they will be cut down. And there is this sensation in your mind to do it slowly.
I nod along to the sensation. I smile. Thank God no one asked my mental health check. No one did that to me this session. And as I'm going to think of ways to kill them, smile, without going into detail yet. But we'll come back one day.
Oh, yeah.
And another thing I want to do, Boulder, is expend an AOS charge to go into the Umbral Crucible.
Ooh.
Onyx Crucible.
Yes.
And as we talked about before, I went in there and experienced the memories of Ulamon. I would like to try to find the specific. I would like to try to make it so instead of seeing his entire fucking life, his time as a guide for the previous Allistus Crusade.
Okay. So, utilizing an AOS charge, you don't enter your own AOS, but that of the Onyx Crucible. Not sapphire, but shadowy black strands pulled into this orange-rimmed abyss, this black hole, inverting all of the essence pulled into it and cycling it tenfold. Emotion somehow inverted, this alien sensation flooding through you one after another simultaneously. It is almost too much to bear. Roll a fortitude check.
Absolutely. I would like to add guidance to this. I look over, scared, pleading. So right now that's a 12.
It's 12.
Plus,
Okay.
for a total of 14, right? It's a DC 13 you were going to say?
It's a DC 15. So roll a D4 and then roll that many D6.
Okay. That would be a 1.
Okay. Good.
And that will be a 5 on the D6.
Right, add 5.
And if you give me 1 second, I need to turn on the big light. Things are getting heated.
And on top of that, as you attempt to enact your goal, roll a spellcasting check.
Yes. Would this be a check
Hmm?
that you would allow guidance for?
Yes.
Or, okay.
As long as it is a check, you can add guidance.
All right.
Cleric, baby.
We love it. Okay. That would be a 5. However, I am going to use a divination dice to make, from the spell, I'm going to use that other dice to make it a 14.
Okay.
And that'll be a 14 plus 2 for 16 plus a 2 for a 18.
The DC was 20.
I slammed the desk.
This
Before
is...
you tell me what happened,
Yeah.
I quickly check my story points.
Do you have 2?
I'm
Here, I can pull it up real quick.
I'm trying to see. I forgot where I put them. I know they're somewhere. Nope. I got 1 stage
Is it on your
point.
track
I
sheet?
got nothing. Yeah, it's on my track sheet.
Yeah, well, this isn't combat point relative.
Yeah. I
Damn.
could use my inspiration, but I don't think it's worth the gamble.
Okay. You attempt to grab hold of the fluttering memories. It is a lifetime, and then 100 more after death, encapsulated within a saintly crucible. You see but a flash, wandering through this dark expanse of bioluminescent forests. A cavern roof far overhead. But just as you see it, it disappears. And what control you thought you had splits. The memories hasten, invert once more. You feel the sucking whir of the pitch abyss begin to pull you inwards.
Can I use an Aeos charge to dip? To disengage or attempt to?
That will grant you a spellcasting check to attempt to escape. As with that failure, you are, even without body in this moment, you feel your essences begin to fracture.
Yeah, I'm going to try to escape, I think. I think I'm going to take that chance.
All right. Roll a
Could-
spellcasting check.
Could I use the additional Aeos to try and improve my odds at escaping by chance?
That would give you an advantage, yes.
I would love that advantage. And with advantage, if I use the inspiration, would that be another 2 rolls?
Yes, but you can use that inspiration after you roll.
Yeah, okay. Got ya. Okay. First one is a 2. Second one is a 15 plus 2. I forgot to say I wanted to use guidance. I would like to use the inspiration, and for these next rolls, can I say, can I ask for guidance with this?
Well, did you say you rolled a 15 or in total was a 15?
Total was a 17. 15
Okay.
plus 2.
Okay, because the DC is 18. So yeah, feel free to use that inspiration.
Can I use that inspiration and add guidance to my next rolls?
Yes.
Great. I sweat profusely as I might have just killed Koth.
Wait, did you want? You rolled a 17. You can use that stage point. DC
I will
18.
use this. You know what? You're
Yeah,
absolutely
yeah.
right, Boulder.
Go
You're
for the certain solution.
You're absolutely correct. I will use that state. Thank you, DM.
You begin to feel your life force fracture and split as what could have potentially reduced your max HP is now avoided.
Yay.
As you pull back, the cloth draping over this onyx relic of ardence, you feel it pulsing in your hand. You have some grasp over the powers that bind it, but no true understanding of the advanced methods used to create such a depth. And you barely escape, as if rising to the surface of water from the very bottom of the ocean. You are uncertain in the first moments as you re-inhabit your corporeal body if you are truly within the present, as you feel cold, bone-chillingly cold.
Hey man, you want me with another another fortitude check?
Yeah.
That is a nat 1.
Nat 1.
Brother.
Oh. Roll a d4.
Yep. That is a 4.
Roll that mini d6.
Great.
Brother.
I got a
Why are
lucky.
you messing with the Azure Crucible or whatever?
And since it was a critical fail, it is doubled and you take 22 stress.
I'm good.
He's not good.
He's crazy.
No, man, I'm good.
Close.
Why did you touch that rock?
Don't touch the rock, dude.
Because there's knowledge.
You're gonna get highly help you with
Boulder?
that next time.
Yes.
Check your
Nope.
DMs for a second.
Oh my God. Ah, there's so many. Okay.
Just give a little thumbs up if you copied.
Okay. Okay. If you like, that is something we can do outside. Oh, but that would have to pertain to the current scenario at hand.
So are there any
We can
windows
talk
in
about
my
it later.
room?
Just a thumbs up. Thumbs up, thumbs down, frowny face.
Yo, Boulder, is my fucking sixth sense going off that I'm being watched right now by chance?
No.
Too bad you didn't cast anti-divination.
I don't need it.
Dude, yeah. Too bad that little you see that little glass orb next to you?
You have to be within 1 mile to scry.
Yes.
Drogon's Manor, I think, is like fucking 45 minutes away, man.
Tell you what, for the sake of simplicity, since Laura is the one at the helm of recording, if everybody would like to go to the lounge voice channel, we can still record this moment while keeping it private.
Okay. Okay.
So, Sam, you can stay here, and Laura, you can keep the recording running. Well, you're recording. Yeah. Yeah, take your headphones off. Go take your little wiggle break. I saw your DM. All right.
Have a
Sam.
smoke.
Actually, that's a good idea. For phantom shit, I need this.
Ooh. One second. I had a list of stuff earlier. Okay, what's the 3 terms again? Because Avanti knows. I always forget.
The 3 terms is in the 3 essences.
Yeah.
Would Avanti even know of them?
I know.
For the sake of the player, it is Eos, Ode, and Aether. Anima isn't necessarily a physical essence. Anima is the physical body given life through the essences. And to an extent, a lifeless body would be considered purely Ode. But Ode is the primordial essence, essentially physical items, To a pure extent, evoked forces in the elements. A tier would be emotion, passion, and Eos would be memory.
I could have sworn I passed like a history check one time that just gave me like a basic thing that was taught like theoretically.
Nope, the essences are a mystery to the sectorum congruency, at least publicly. But if you would like to attempt communing with the phantoms to discover any of these...
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to think about how I phrase these questions then. Because I know I've experienced all of them, and I recognize them as not purely magic. There's not something else.
Have you experienced them?
I passed an Arcana check with the Crucible we found in the outpost the first time. I passed an Arcana check when dealing with Amon, and I've passed at least
Okay, so yeah. You do have a point, especially with the Crystal Garden and Cinnamon. You would recognize that they are forces of power far beyond the reaches of mana. But the terms used and the domains of what they're shaped from, you wouldn't really know. It's essentially knowing that a nuclear reactor causes the lights to turn on, but you don't know the process whatsoever. You don't know the terminology of the atom or, that used in the splitting of it.
Yeah. And I don't know if I recognized it as separate, but I also remember I passed an Arcana check on the Phantoms at least once.
Mm.
I thought I was under the effects of a spell the first time.
Oh, with the phantoms, like how they can commune, you thought they were connected to you with a spell.
Yeah.
They are connected to you. You can recognize the sensation almost that they are connected to you through one of these means.
Oh yeah, here.
Or a
Sorry,
combination of.
I found where I passed the Arcana check with the Crystal Gardens with the obelisk. And these obelisks contain, because I think this was around the time I unlocked Vision of the Veil Piercer.
Yeah.
So I said
So
I said the energy converges somewhere. There is no mana in it whatsoever. It's happening here, but the energy radiates in the air. It's a powerful energy, and I should know what this energy is. The blue crystal on somewhere is sus blue swirls lava lamp sus shit.
Okay, so the entire nuclear power plant metaphor does still kind of hold water, and I think the you should know what it is was the Crimson Phantoms, because I remember when you first entered the Crystal Gardens, you saw the Phantoms, and they were encouraging you to explore and learn more.
God, I just realized I'm looking at this. I have my Amon encounter in here too.
What a great encounter. Just because all of you guys had a different perception on what was going on based on your different understandings and abilities.
And then also in here I have one of my I have my encounter with Zuthra. Okay. I'm going down rabbit holes now. I'm rambling. Okay, I know what questions I'm going to ask. Sorry, I gotta number my questions because I write them.
No problem, no problem. Feel free to go through that. I will be right back. I'm just gonna get a quick water refill. back and hydrated.
Help. Okay, sorry. I had to be very careful on my last question how I phrased it.
Okay.
1 second. Let me send a taunt out real quick.
Not surprising.
Okay. Okay.
Finally, I get to speak as the Phantoms.
How do I go about summoning them? I'm just gonna meditate.
Okay.
Make sure my crown is firmly in place on my head. And while I'm at it, I'm gonna cast Protection of Good and Evil.
Okay. That will help.
Hey, I can't. I just realized the target can't be possessed. I just realized that's one of the.
Oh.
The target can't
It's not
be
like
possessed.
typical D&D possession. This is advanced possession.
Look, man, I'm taking whatever safety I can. This is like the only precaution I got. There's no more powerful version of protection of good and evil. It's just protection from evil and good.
I can't blame you, man. I didn't think you were ever gonna explore the Phantoms. I thought this was like they were gonna be an Antonid thing, but hey, here we go, man.
Dude,
Here we
Antonid's
go.
gonna become like a abomination on the path he's going.
I
And
will
I'm probably
remain
gonna
silently indifferent to
and
that.
I'm probably going to help him along that path and like become horrified what I created. Okay. I'll lock the door to my room. Prop a chair under the handle, just a little under the handle of the door, just for that little bit of extra. Close my blinds. I'm a little upset that Antonin didn't come. I don't know why. I'll go into my center of my room or at least the area of my room where I usually practice spells and stuff. And then I guess to help me focus, I'll take the dagger out and lay it in front of me and try and summon the phantoms.
The Phantoms aren't something that would require much of an arcane casting, more so than an emotional connection. This willingness and beckoning for them to join you in conversation. This crimson communion. You lay out the dagger before you and close your ruby eyes. Darkness all around you, but amidst it, there is still the outline of that drake's tongue blade, curved like rippling water. This aura around it radiating with red mist that in the blackness of your closed eyes separates and expands one after the other. Around you in a 9-starred pentacle. All speak as one. Oh, promised inheritor. This is when they begin to speak separately, one after another, completing each other's sentence. You now see the gift inside you. The blessings of the blood the enlightening pain of steel's bite. You seek answers. In this essence we are made. And they await your questions, your curiosity.
Let's okay. Think I've asked this before, but I've never gotten a clear answer. I know who you are, or can at least infer on who the others here are. But you have never told me what you are and how you are here. For all
Betrayed in ambition. We are all that remains of a glorious empire, sundered by lies and deceit.
but you should be dead.
Mortality is lost to us nine. Our pursuit of falsity. The right was never truly ours. Betrayed in our immortality, we are left incomplete. Drifting mist within the fog of our decay. Only in the blood of our inheritors do we persist, a design not wholly our own.
Could you repeat that one more time?
In our inheritors we persist, a design not wholly our own. Consumed by dread and ignorance, our faults only recognized after death.
Consumed by what in ignorance?
Dread. There is a flash in your mind of a crumbling city and an abyssal maw leading infinitely down into the dark.
But how? I know. How did you gain, even if faulty, such a power? What is the basis of it? It's not mana.
The soul. Ours. Yours. And all who reside in crimson purity. With communion like that of which we currently speak. We were deceived. Our goals made into that of others.
Deceived, their souls made into that of others.
Their goals made into that of others.
Gotcha. Mm-hmm. And now I think I know the answer. Who deceived you?
You're not answered with words. Appearing within the vast darkness of your closed eyes, the glowing phantoms of red and the outlined aura of the ritual dagger before you compare nothing in their light to the amber radiance of a crystalline casket. Our mortality was exchanged, robbed from us alongside our chosen people. Our deaths made fuel for something greater, something worse. Thunder blacker, or lightning blacker than the pitch of this odd interior realm, rips through the shadow. In our sacrifice of life, new incarnation was born. You hear the crumbling of stone as if the manor around you threatens to collapse, but the ground doesn't shake. A bellowing roar so loud it shakes the lungs in your chest. So loud it rips bricks from their foundation. The dread was but a tool. Our blood, its fuel. It sounds as if boulders are collapsing around you. What is sealed still is, but yet persists beyond its walls, engorged in shape and given form from death. A million screams, futile as they flee a behemoth's wrath. Sacrifice was necessary. Death ever more so. But the degree incalculable.
I know what you've done, Boulder, in regards to something. I know where the casket is now. You may not remember it, but I remember you telling us that there were monsters so big in your world, primarily the dragons, that they could be a dungeon in themselves.
Yep.
The casket is in the Dreadmaw. We're about
Who
to do.
knows?
If we ever want to get the casket, it's gonna be like that one level from the SpongeBob game where you go into the Alaskan bullwhere's stomach, and it's like an entire level.
I was thinking of Gears of War in the worm, but
It's a worm too.
not entirely the truth. But maybe.
Oh, Bryce is naive.
Yeah.
Hey, sacrifice. Our dread was our tool. The dread was a tool. Our blood, their fuel. Okay. Okay, man, that's only one question. That was one question that was in a rabbit hole. Let's move on to the next.
Yep. And I will say you get 9 questions total.
9 questions. Okay.
You don't have to get
Oh.
all 9, but
I only have 4.
okay.
I'm not. That's not counting what spin-off questions come off each question. But I only have 4.
Yeah.
In the Crystal Gardens, Amon is not. That is an energy. It is draining our people, but it is not mana.
This we know. Torturous to those cursed with its ignorance, as it is to our flawed immortality. The essences that bind are pieces of the soul. Shattered fractions of what could be, ripped asunder, burned and expunged.
What is Amon made of? Do you know? What term would you use?
We have seen through your eyes, born from our own blood. This shard mind is but a mimicry of that which once guided us. A false brother, it claims, one in the same. A relic split from the main body, a limb-grown consciousness, bound in essences of the soul. These secrets, we but know a fraction. Eos. There is a flash of blue sapphire strands in the distance. Here. Amber lightning ripples through the black expanse. And that which houses them, the flesh of primordials, ode. Fire ripples around you. Their secrets cannot be taught, but only understood. We are bound by all but ode, reduced to chained memories, corrupted and seated within all to follow. Desperate to break free, to live, or to die.
You know, your speech has given me, in answers, you've given me a new question. You say your immortality is flawed and bound in inheritors. Does that not mean our blood is your phylactery? And should all Nethrali die, how difficult that may be, you would, or what's left of you, would die with us?
You have witnessed but a splinter of our death, incomplete, at the hands of one who guards you close. You see a visage composed out of smoke with roughly hewn colors, a plate-armored figure with sapphire silks. Cough. The child so heinously cured was left impure in their loss. Our engrams erased. They are lost to us.
He's speaking of Koth of the present, not whatever his not
He's
that
speaking of-
Avanti knows.
They are speaking of how Koth killed the one Nethrali girl. How he cured her of the Azure Plague, but she lost her crimson eyes.
Okay, because for a second there, okay.
Avanti,
For a
being
second,
as smart as he is, can gather that. Oh, that you weren't the one that did it, so you wouldn't know. Whatever, but you can gather whatever the Azure Wasting grasps a hold of is the same thing that the Phantoms do.
Okay. Sorry, for a second there, I thought you were saying like Karnathal betrayed them or something, and I was getting really, really scared.
No.
Yeah. Whew. Whew. Okay.
You can gather that they were betrayed by, to some extent, the crystalline casket. The Slayer within, the shackle that binds it,
Yeah.
or the construct of essence itself, sentient or otherwise, something pertaining to it deceived them into a right of immortality that wasn't the whole truth, and may have been flawed on purpose. Or may have worked as intended, though they may have not known that.
And do you have an understanding of this energy? Any of these energies?
In the cleansing of our essences, the balancing of the soul's weights, we persevered an era of evolution unscathed. The crawling abyss, its touch grips the soul and bends it. We, in our conjoined powers, our shared blood, in sacrifice, we righted these changes, made them our strengths, and countered the abyss. So whatever the aberrant mutations brought on by going deeper into the depths is, it has something to do with how it manipulates the balance of the different essences of the soul and causes the anima, or the physical body they're housed within, during mortal life to mutate. Or just outright die. As a majority of births during the era of evolution were stillborn.
Okay.
And were gruesome at best.
My last question. I gotta be real careful about how I phrase this. Prediction against good and evil still up?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's still good. It's still good. We're still good. Okay. You have expressed a desire to help. I can only assume this is because you wished, while Nethrael is definitely a part of this, primarily you wish to be flesh again. Is this wrong?
To make true the promise falsely told. We wished for an immortal empire to reclaim all that was lost. All. But were imprisoned within our progeny, persisting yet beyond our desire. In you, we see promise, a return, true reclamation, not sullied lies like that which imprisons us. Power and ambition, not loss and ignorance. Freedom for all with the strength to bear it.
Well, that answers my next question of how. But I am not opposed to this. But in return, I would extract a pact in blood from you. From whatever you're made of, from your essence. A contract bound and unbreakable. Would you be willing to make such a pact?
Was made on inception. Secrets still lie in the dark. Your birth was fated, inheritor. Chosen by those around you with lust for control. In breaking these shackles, a cure may be sought. But the pact is already made.
Then consider my proposition an addendum to what has been written. If I accept your help. If I seek your guidance and power. And I take the dagger, and I'm going to slice it across my hand. I extract a promise from you, all 9 of you, that no matter your ambitions, no matter the goals where it takes us, that you 9 will never harm, restrain, control, or change me. A promise on your names, a promise on our name, a promise on what makes us. Do you accept
The weight
that
of
I am not
such
a pawn to be
promise.
sacrificed?
The weight of such promise falls upon shoulders bearing so much more. You were never a pawn. You are the bearer of our word, of those that came before you, of those that came before us. We are made by the blood, unmade by the blood. That which will change you will be the pursuit, but not that which already lies within. A pact made, a pact sealed.
So, I mean, so,
You watch as the Crimson Phantoms, these ephemeral beings of red mist, lay both of their palms out, each and every one of them, all 9, as strands of this mist congeal from themselves into strands that travel and join at your palm, burrowing within. The power has always resided within you. You but merely seek to ignite its force. There is an influx of strength as you will, after this session when I get to work on it, be awarded the Crimson Right feat.
yeah.
Off the top of my head, this will grant you 3 new Sanguine Art spells, which will be unique spells dealing with bloodletting and the Sanguine Arts, as well as, I believe it might be the Bloodweaver class. You will gain a class feature from that wizard subclass.
That's great. Hey, but at least I got something out of this, out of their words. At least they're like, hey, you're not gonna like try and kill me or sacrifice me, and they're like, we won't do it. You'll do it to yourself if it happens. I'm like, well, at least it's not coming from you.
Yep.
That's all I really want. That's great. That was a great talk, guys. I mean,
Gaslight Phantom Boss.
yeah. I look forward to your guidance, honored ancestors. And I'm gonna try and dismiss them so I can go to sleep before. Long day tomorrow.
You unclench the lids of your eyes and open them. The blood-soaked tongue of the dagger, sealed, and a scar upon your palm. Not a straight cut, but a swirl within it. This spiral down into the base of where the blood seeped. It glows red and slows. This faint discoloration, like a scar burned into it, though there's no pain, and what blood flowed is coagulated and ended, now sealed.
I'm gonna have to get some gloves, aren't I? Do I have some gloves? Are there any gloves in here that I can add to my attire?
I would say you have quite a few rather fanciful outfits that come with silken gloves. You can easily find a black, like, silk glove to cover it.
Great. That's perfect. I'll put those on.
I mean, he, hoo hoo ha.
Hee hee hoo hoo. Is this Laura looking at you while you laugh maniacally?
I don't know. I don't know where she went. I think she's outside just meandering. But if you are comfortable, we can bring the rest of
Yeah.
the people back in here. All right.
Yeah.
I will be right back. Oh, that was good.
That was good. That was good. Come on.
Oh man. Oh, yeah.
I just hit him with a.
It fits. Really does. Looks up different subclasses.
Don't you guys love Amon? Like, isn't Amon such a great guy?
What a cool dude.
Dude, what a cool dude Amon is. Bryce, do you like Amon?
Bryce isn't back yet.
No.
I'm the only one who came.
Mhm.
That was great. We're jamming out to Lowrider.
Ryan, don't you like Zutharam? He's pretty cool, right? He's a pretty cool guy.
Haven't met him yet.
Oh, dude, you gotta meet him. He's a great guy. Tells some real good jokes.
I've heard whispers of his existence, but I've never met him.
Real good guy, that Zutharam. I trust
Cool
him.
dude. Opens up homebrew creation on D&D Beyond.
Alder, did you get a chance to see that the clip I sent you?
I have not. I have been deep in lore,
deep
brother.
in the lore. I understand. In essence, that's what Antoinette is doing in doing right now. If you were wondering.
I will take a look at it. Laura, are you back to mic? I will take that as a no. You're talking to me? Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Forgot about it.
All right. If we want to pause it really quick, I could go for a quick little break, and we will get everybody back in here and resume shortly.
Yes.
Wise, I just ain't very
Guys,
intelligent.
I'm not wise. My wisdom stat's real low.
All right, and we are back. Everybody now reconvened in a single party.
Is Ryan here?
Ryan is here, I believe. Is he here?
I fucking pray he is.
Yeah, he's here. Oh, he's here. He's here, all right. So,
Cube, are you going to use any of your money to buy rations or anything like that?
No, I already went shopping.
He's gonna starve on the road, isn't he?
Oh,
I
right.
have
Yeah, I
rations.
got a chance to look at that. Yeah, it'd be pretty accurate.
We have food. It's on the horse.
Okay,
And if you run
to
out of
put
food,
this in
just eat the horse.
perspective, you know, it's like I think about 30 to 40 days to get to the Ashen Gate. Okay,
Uh-uh.
Worst case scenario, you can eat Hector's
You got-
tail.
you
I
got
can hunt on the road.
all right.
This is the
I hear you.
this is the kind of thinking that
You
made
might
Sun Tzu
have
write
money.
that made Sun Tzu write really basic facts into his book that goes, guys, your entire army of 100 people can't scavenge. You got to get them to bring food.
Why are
Like
you
everything
reading The Art of
else is
War?
just. Hey, you never know. It's good, life advice too.
Intense.
Oh man.
Connor,
So
it's just gonna be a sad way for Hyliak's story to end.
And
because
if I run out of
starved.
rations, I'll just borrow some of Koth's.
Yeah, dude, totally.
See, he
I mean,
is
no
prepared.
friends.
So we are now entering the proper edge of dusk and entering a long rest. If there is no objections, we will continue on to the next day and begin to say our farewells to the Helm City of the Sectorum. Yes, Bryce, I heard you breathe.
No, motherfucker, I was readjusting my seat. All right,
Bryce, we're just trying to get out of dust count. Quit calling.
There is nothing I need to do, except when it's morning. We'll see what happens.
At long last, you all enter a night's rest. Some easier than most, acquiring questions, whereas others get nothing but more. They're acquiring answers, whereas others get nothing but more questions. You awake to the dull blue light of the graviton overhead. In the bustle of voices within the streets, you will soon leave behind you. You were meant to convene as ordained but 3 days prior at the Helm's Gate, foremost eastward position leading to the Ashen Trail and the even grander Ashen Gate beyond. The challenge of the meadow lies before you. Welcome back. Welcome back.
I heard someone getting beat down the hall, and I wanted to make sure everything was all right.
Oh, no. That comes later. But you all awake, gathering the last of your trinkets and any baubles of the home that you will not visit in some time. You make amends with those that you will leave behind, gathering yourselves and moving to the eastern gate of Duskhelm, navigating the outer sectors onto your expedition. Most of you convene on the route there, the familiar faces and mail of your fellow Praetor-Vanguard, greeting your eyes as you take notice of the well-stationed transition into the defensive blocks of the East Gate palisades. Exchanging the dredged slums, scarred stone, for multi-layered multi-layered guard towers of reinforced granite. Each parapet and window filled with blackguard spell snipers overlooking a horseshoe of raised cover and Leviathan-grade ballistae. A scattered crowd of Lore dredges group to the palisade's edge to look on in a whispering suspicion of the seemingly increased presence, only hushing their speculations as your caravan of gleaming Praetorian, each with heads held high in confidence, adorned in the regal sindania of 5 separate counselors, sinks the meager souls into tides of awe, fear, and confusion. In return for their prying eyes, a hastily formed line of decorated blackguard form up to push the onlookers back into their crumbling homes and escort you to the remaining blocks and unto the gate proper. All the blackguard around you bear marks of veterancy. They each have served centuries under the Sectorum's guidance. And not a single one of them knows the truth of your departure. But they guard it and sanctify it nonetheless. Reaching the towering dual gates like an airlock to prevent anything that may breach the first. The rising seam of the gate bleeds a low rolling fog, breaching beneath the titanic slab of reinforced ruminite and steel like a crawling phantom, growing in misty wakes that billow through and fill the vacant air. The silent alleys of the Gate District are obscured with roiling tendrils of white as you look back at the Helm Sanctum. Only the towering heart far overhead and its crowning end light peer over in clarity. A shining city in the clouds, buried deep in the shadows underground. This is the last shared glimpse of Duskhelm before its grandeur is veiled behind 500 feet of granite behind you. And you move onto the meadows beyond.
I'm gonna miss Dad.
Droven did accompany you to the edge of the heart, or of Helm's Heart. Though being the premier, he didn't venture out into the outer sectors and into the lower rim. He bids you all a farewell. Avanti and Hyliak, you are given a lengthy embrace, the soft silks of his robes caressing you for what may be the last time. You now no longer have someone to look up to for guidance. All that reliance now rests upon you. You must find your own answers. Koth, all that greets you is a glare, not hateful, but not kind. The shining glimpse of fear and worry in the eyes of a man that sees 2 young souls that he oversaw and raised from dregs into great minds and powerful beings of the Sectorum. The other Praetorian have otherwise said their goodbyes, prepared, most of them more valiant, having left their homes and their families behind long before. You step into those mists, greeted with the light of not radiant sconces alit each night by a magi wandering the streets dutifully, but of the bioluminescent wilds, beautiful and hungering. This is where we shall go onto the map of the Dusk Meadows
Yeah.
and begin preparing for travel.
Hey, Boulder.
Yeah.
Okay, guys.
Before officially
guys,
leaving, I
that's
bring
the
us
thing.
back. I take the wheel.
That's the campaign,
Ayo's
guys.
actions.
What?
That's the king.
What up? What?
I have a few Ayo's actions that I will like to do after the long rest.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Going through a past memory. Specifically one inside Mercy's caravan, like inside the same cart with her.
Mhm.
I would like to reach out to her Ayos.
Okay.
And I believe it's a D12 plus. It's the roll to get to that memory.
Yep.
Then the D12 plus target wisdom modifier to enter their Aos or enter that engram from their perspective or their to use as a
the
gateway.
engrams of their recent memory to kind of seed that message. Yes.
Yeah.
Since that would be a willing individual and they wouldn't be restricting your access, you would not have to roll for that. You would still have to use a charge.
I so use a charge
It
to
would be
get
2
in.
charges. Yep.
It would be, I think, 1 plus 2 for a total of 3 to get to the memory and then alter the engram.
Yep.
And I'm cool to just like cruise right in here?
There is no resistance. There is a sense of recognition, a sense of knowing. You enter the memory. One of the nights spent to the rumbling sound of Buradon hauling Ruminite and a single counselor's escort. You're pulled into that memory alongside Hyliak and Avanti, going about their business of leisure leant against the bolted steel of her armored transport. Daruhan hulking with bladed pauldrons and helm in one corner, and Mercy in the other, peacefully meditating. You enter this memory, and as you walk up to her, the eyes behind the mask flash a glowing sapphire.
Hey,
You
Boulder.
have grown much. Yes.
I would love to have this conversation, but there's a lot of prying ears around.
Okay.
Mind if I
okay.
send you a message of what will have been said, relatively speaking, or the thing
Okay.
I had prepared?
Is it something that would dictate a response? Or at least a direct response? Immediate response.
Probably. It's I don't want to say exactly what it is, but given the context of it, I can definitely see that fucking vibe.
Okay, you already sent it.
You know, just secrets within secrets. You know how it goes. Plans within plans, all that.
Okay. There wouldn't be a direct response, but there would be some addressment of comfort and confirmation.
Okay.
If you want, that's something we could get
and
into
the all
briefly
clear
outside of
system,
game.
and the
Yeah,
thumbs up.
yes.
All right,
Yes.
great.
Yes.
Further comments. We can, guys. Let's get out of Duskhelm. Let's go adventure.
On the road again. Just can't wait. You know, on the road again.
I hate you.
road. And we step out onto the road, and a Tarask appears and starts beating the shit out of us, and that's campaign.
Non-zero
okay.
chance.
All right. So you are all mounted, so it will be a D6. And Koth, you are proficient with navigator's tools as well as
Yes.
possessing a pair. So you can, excuse me, you can add your proficiency bonus onto the days of uneventful travel.
Cool. So who wants to roll?
You're the navigator.
I'm more of an assistant navigator.
I'm not driving.
I mean, you are. You're top Hector Salamance.
I mean, I
And
am, but
what
I'm
do we-
just following this guy.
What
Like,
do we
You
roll
are
for-
within a sizable caravan.
What do we
You've
roll
got the
for the
map.
days?
Since you are all mounted, it will be a D6 plus your proficiency bonus.
All right. That'll be a 4 plus 3 for a total of 7.
So, what?
A week on the road. I go in my meals. I
Wait,
cry.
7 days.
7 days. So you have moved somewhat down the trail, and following that, we will make.
Connor, are you
roll.
going to update your spreadsheet?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you
So mark off a single ration for each of you for the days traveled. So it'll just be -7. And then whoever would like to can roll 1d100.
I got it.
You'll do it.
I do it. Got my 2d10s. That is
Bryce, where's the spreadsheet?
a.
it's on Google. Do you want me to just fucking update it for you, man?
Oh, wait, no, that's
Yes.
okay. That's a 9 out of 6. That's a 91.
Oh, what?
See a Tarask.
Oh,
7 days pass. And upon the noon of the 7th, you hear rumbling. The ground shakes. You hear trees falling in the distance.
It's been good knowing you guys.
And you see maybe 1, 2, 3. You see 3 steel-plated roofs of what seems to be not of elvish craft, but deep dwarven steel, finely hammered transports, hauled by these rollerpedes and Buradon. Give us a move on your bloody base. You hear in the distance as you see breaking through the trees a traveling caravan of Dwera, these deep dwarves. And you see rattling on the sides of their caravans shields and armaments, what seems to be sliding windows and potential outlets for trade. You have come
Wow.
across a nomadic Dwera clan and their smiths and artisans. You can stop them if you like, see if there's any trade or purchase you would like to do with these pale-skinned, stout folk, or continue moving on your way, as they have not seen you yet.
huh. What do we think? I mean, if we wanted supplies, we would have just got it back in Duskhelm.
You do hear that one of them at the head of the caravan is singing in deep Dwarvish this tune. Frumirin tis gurvorin, and you see a flock of birds fly overhead and hear as a crossbow bolt is loosened and takes out one of them in the distance. As one of them is seemingly caught in a snack. But if none of you stop them, they will
Can you not
continue.
speak their language?
I speak Dwarvish, I think. 1 second. Let me check. Nope, I speak deep speech, not Dwarvish. And primordial. When does that get used?
I sweat profusely.
Primordial
Does
is an
anybody
interesting
speak Dwarvish?
Paladin's like, I took it. I took a year of Dwarvish as a scholar.
I love how you picked one of possibly the dumbest members of the party.
But he's so wise.
But it'd
Well,
be
if Thaladoon
so
knows
good.
Dwarvish, then maybe
It'd
you
be-
can talk to him.
If he took
It's
a
the
year of
confidence that
Dwarvish.
brings it in.
He took a year of
Kaizal
Dwarvish.
atop his giant insectoid mount, the Skorax he is titled Kroll, halts and raises a fist. Duera. They're known for fair trade and fair craft, but out here in the wilds so far away from the Sanctum, who knows where their goals truly align? It's potential if they find us carrying too much wealth on us, they might forego trade and simply seize it.
Oh no.
But their wares are much like those potentially found within the artisan core. They are well-practiced smiths and artisans in themselves. If we were to convince them, we could potentially lay some trade, but I myself am well and plush with supplies from the Helm. It is a risk that I am not certain is worth the endeavor.
We're gonna have to ask our team captain about this.
Who's the team captain?
I look at Avanti.
Kaizal continues, I do know some Dwarvish. In my travels during the earlier years in the Vanguard, we did come across the nomads quite often. They made fair allies, and if it did come to cutting them down, they are not so swift. You can also ambush them and try to steal what they have.
That's always an option.
Guys, we just left the gate. Do we really want to engage in combat right off the bat?
7 days.
It has been a long week of travel.
I said we just move on, leave them to them, and us to us.
Is there anyone who actually wants to talk to them? Anyone at all?
Salenza and Melazora speak up. We don't have time for playing games with dwarves. Sister, this isn't a risk worth taking, but if we were to explore another route, we could stealthily take their number down and find ourselves with newfound wealth. Zelenar, dead silent.
Counterpoint. Why?
Counterpoint. You're a terrorist.
I mean, we take their money. When are we gonna spend it? We're gonna be climbing like a.
These are the people that would buy stuff. That we
You
would
never
trade
know
money
of
for.
the barbaric tribes on the surface. Anything shiny may catch their eye and earn us an entire town.
Wouldn't it?
She clicks her tongue
Antonin
just
isn't
to
saying a word. He's just glaring at them.
Anthony, your shoulder all
We're
right?
so doomed.
Antonid's been real quiet about this.
Hey, Anton, did your shoulder good, man?
He just kind of shrugs his shoulder and nods at you.
Okay. Counterpoint.
Alright.
We get to the surface, and do we really want to deal with Mandar? I don't know.
She did imply that they were primitive barbarians that would
Yeah, I mean,
take joy in anything
I mean, the
shiny
ki- the
or
counterpoint
sparkly.
is-
So
we either trade
That's
with the
not an
Mandar of what
implying,
we
that's just the
have.
truth.
We either kill an alliance to our people, or we try and trade with an unknown. What was the phrase you used? Uncultured barbarian. I think you would.
Well, if it
I
were to
meant
come
it for
to
the
it, the uncultured
barbarian.
barbarians could be cut down too. Though, there is some and Zelenor stops in and grabs her shoulder and looks at Salenza. Sister, stop.
I don't know about you guys. I don't want to carry any extra weight of gold up this. However far we're going to be climbing up. I mean, we're already carrying
Okay,
so much.
hold on a second. If we're gonna have to make basic decisions every time anything happens, we're gonna need a system of of voting among us. Or else this is gonna happen any time we encounter anything.
So the singular.
I say each member, like each counselor gets one, like each member from like one person from each group gets a vote, like as a spokesperson, and then we'll tally all the votes.
Izal speaks up. It is a fair voice of reason. Being the lone representation of valor, I will say caution is wise here. They do travel in numbers. It's not worth risking our lives so early. It would be a disappointment to our people. Thaladoon regrettably shrugs as he sheathes his sword as Zuriel and Nora look amongst each other. I think we'll find ourselves in agreement with the Knight of Valor.
It seems as if there's no one who wants to engage with the dwarves.
Margovis is kind of looking around. I could go either way. It has been some time since the outpost, and my maul does have a craving for something besides the carnal flesh. Loranen immediately slaps him.
Your opinion is noted, but it seems you're being outvoted.
As it seems that the general consensus is wavering caution.
Shall we proceed?
Shall proceed. So, can now roll another travel check. So 1d6 plus proficiency. There is an abandoned Vanguard outpost. Looks but 4 days ahead.
No.
Oh God, no! Another dungeon. Guys, do we want to secure another Vanguard outpost for those who come after?
Wait, I have a question. What
D6 plus
Vanguard
proficiency, that's a
outpost?
4.
What Vanguard? It would be. Yeah, that would be a 4. Damn. What outpost is that?
roll a
Is it marked on the map?
It is marked on the map. It is small. It would be the double upward arrow, similar to Umbara outpost between the Nexus and Duskhelm.
Did you say
Yes.
we landed exactly on the outpost?
No. You have 4 more days before you reach it.
We
Well,
landed
guess how many
exactly
days I
on.
just guess how many days I
We
just rolled
landed
Boulder.
exactly on the
I
outpost.
rolled 4 days. I rolled a 1 plus 3.
So, wait, what did you roll, Anton?
Oh, a 1 plus 3.
1 plus 3. Only Koth can add his proficiency bonus. Are you proficient with navigator's tools?
It's the
I am
same thing
not.
though. It's with a plus
No.
3.
Yeah, it's the navigator's tool proficiency. Since he made the sacrifice of taking one of the most useless proficiencies.
Could I not
But-
assist them with it to give?
Yeah,
them
you could.
proficiency?
Your proficiency is still a plus 3, so that would be 4,
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
Yeah, it
It would
makes
be
no
4.
difference.
We're the same level.
Yeah, but are you on the same horse?
We're part of a caravan convoy even. All of
If
us
you
work
would
together
like,
here.
if you would like to attempt recalling the name of this outpost, you can roll a history check.
Anyone?
Would
Or
there
an,
be any mention of it in the ledger of the Vanguard I have or anything like that?
I would say that would give you advantage.
Cool.
I can roll.
I had guidance.
I got an 8.
I got a rock.
Yes.
I got a dirty 20.
Guys, Yael's been there. She
Yeah,
hasn't
well.
forgotten the name.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes. I'll roll for this DC. It'll be 8 plus a D6. Ooh. Aiming for a DC 13. Roll 1d4 and then roll that many d6.
We had one job.
higher number is better.
If anything, you want it to get a D4 that's cursed so that it rolls a low number.
So roll 3d6 and add those totals. All right, you take 7 stress.
You guys have been rolling lucky on your stresses today. 46 and 3d6 and both less than 10.
And Yael, you would recognize this outpost as Malor. Malor was one of the last inhabited outposts of the Ashen Spear. Those vanguard that refused to return after the doctrine of disbandment and lasted out in the wilds of the Dusk Meadows until survival deemed their return to the sanctums a necessity. Ooh. It would be off the beaten trail. But are you talking about in the outpost itself? It has been many centuries. What things of value would be there have likely been looted or are so hidden a deeper investigation would be warranted. And since you landed directly on it, passing by this outpost, its construction is similar to Umbar Outpost, but the majority of it does seem to be above ground. The building itself seems to be roughly 5 stories tall. Who knows how deep? And Yael, do you break off from the group or try to convince them to approach the outpost at all? Because at this moment, it is merely a structure giant in size, looming over the looming over the treetops, filling the horizon of the area in the distance. Malor was also known as one of the most well-fortified outposts. All of its windows are thoroughly barred, if at all. So, what does the rest of the party consider in this vote?
Are there any signs of activity or life inside the outpost, or any indication
roll a
it could be?
perception check.
Okay. Can I use elevated sight to see it from above 120 feet?
Yes, you can.
course. Of course.
Hey man, I'm also gonna add guidance to it.
Yeah, so make a perception check at advantage.
Okay. First one is an 8. Second one is a fucking got squint. 16 plus 4 for a 24. Plus, I'm not done yet. For a total of a 21. It was a 1 on guidance.
Didn't you say total of 24 before saying 21?
I added
math
4
wrong.
because I fucked
Oh,
up. It was a 16 plus 4 and then plus 1 from guidance.
Okay. So breaking a 20, you get but the glimpse of a single glowing pupil peering out of one of the windows, and you see a glance of humanoid movement within, as it seems that whatever resides within sees your caravan moving in the trees below.
Are there any signs of a drow expedition here, or like a drow group here? Any caravan or recent tracks of like a Gristrida or a
Investigation
cart?
check. Yes, roll investigation check.
We're going Mandar hunting, boy.
We're going Mandar hunting, brother. I got a good feeling about this. That'll be a 12 plus 0. So for a 12.
The trees are thinner here. You don't see any tracks, but you do see a few broken limbs, whether they have fallen from the trees or the result of travel you do not fully know. But what you do know is you saw some movement in there with a bipedal humanoid upright shape.
It's not a Carlisk.
No. If it was a Carnalix, that shit would be
Yeah, that
gnarly.
should already be there. It's something of intelligence.
It saw you and it hid. It essentially turned and hid around the corner of the window.
I'll call out to the caravan. There's something hiding in there. Humanoid.
Huh?
Fuck's a humanoid.
Humanoid shape or fuck bipedal.
What the fuck?
Motherfucker.
I think,
I'm
dude, I think you mean a
like
elf
sapient.
Drow-anoid.
Sapient. There is a sapient form within there.
There's a
bipedal.
Mandar in there.
Something in there doesn't want to be found.
This is when
Guys, it's
Kalidor
really
rides
not
up
our mission.
on his Gorstrida beside Kaizal and begins to speak to him in silence. He turns around. I was an ashen spear in my later days of the Vanguard. Maelor was my home for an odd century. It is some disrespect that whatever is housing itself in there does not make itself known. I hesitate in saying that we must risk our lives in cleansing it, as that is not our goal. But if we are to seek some level of rest, and if we wish to leave our mounts for the night, it may be wise. Kaizal brushes up against him atop his mount. Kalidor, we cannot let the phantoms of our past continue to haunt us. We have greater things on our plate.
Do we need to do a perception check to hear that?
It is hushed, but hushed out of respect, not to hide it.
Okay.
You already captured one outpost for those who come after.
Yeah, and the Vanguard
I'm
are
not-
still not fully reinstated.
I'm neither against nor for.
Shall we put it to a vote?
If it's my main concern, if it is leftover Allistus Crusaders. Hey guys, I don't want them here. I want them gone.
Mandar. Dude, as long as it's not like Ooh.
Sorry, I'm just thinking of like I can't think of what Connor's character name is from the prequel we did. Lord.
Cabot.
Lord Cabot.
Lord Cabot. Oh god. I mean, the thought of some characters that could survive immediately comes to mind, but there's no guarantee it's actually them.
So, like, look, okay, look. It's not our mission, but it's our duty. You understand?
Well,
Thank you.
Thaladoon looks around. You won't have any objection from me. My desires still stand.
I mean,
There is this shared indecisiveness. Zolanthier speaks up. If Calidor believes it a disgrace, perhaps it's something to be punished, and if whatever in there is smart enough to communicate, perhaps there's some information to be garnered. Though it would be unwise to state that there is no risk here, but we'll be hard-pressed to find anything without it.
I think we go in cautiously.
Who is. How many of us are pure neutral?
The Daughters of
Who is
Solus
indecisive?
surprisingly look amongst each other and shake their heads that they don't believe that they should go into this place.
no one wants them.
Verati is atop his Gorstrita alongside Koth. I'm not so opposed myself. I could go for some rest besides the hardness of a saddle, but I don't know if we're guaranteed any.
True.
Margovis and Loranen are kind of in between. Loranen speaks up. I'm not so sure myself. Any loss of life so early would be a great damage to our goals, but my back does tire from the road.
If we must go in, then I'll keep watch.
I'm sorry, Boulder. What was the name of the outpost again? Malagor?
Maelor.
Quietly
Malador and Evolus,
Yeah.
the Laosi brothers, are atop their Gorstrita, and they roundabout. Maelor was, Evolus speaks up, Maelor was founded by one of my progenitors. It is of Laosi craft. I could say that I would be lying if I did not say there is some level of curiosity in what has happened to it. It was a place of the arts amongst the Vanguard. Malador, on the other hand, is a stark opposite. I do not share the same gusto as Evolus. History is to be respected, but certainly not worth dying over.
It's not like we have anyone behind us to occupy the outpost if we were to reclaim it.
I mean, like we could like lock the door.
This is our best place to rest before the Ashen Gates, I will also say.
You do not see the door. You're still probably like a quarter to half a mile off. You see it
How do we
breaching the tree line.
how do we feel about just going in, getting a good night's rest, and then leaving?
Loranen speaks up from atop the towering beast, the bulky Inugrad that her and Margovis share. I would not be opposed.
And I fear for the sorry fool who tries to wake us up from our nap.
Zolanthier speaks up once more. Well, if they do, they shall earn a rest permanently.
uh,
So,
I say we cautiously go inside.
let's do it.
you approach Outpost Malor. Towering much taller than Umbara Outpost, though Umbara was deep, its bowels stretching into the earth. This one bears a similar structure, but an enhanced reinforcement. There's an exterior gate that, as you approach, has a chain and a lock upon it. Over where the traditional steel block and the once grand key of the Vanguard would be in place, there is a replacement over it. Whatever is inside has locked the gate.
Is it a pathetic lock? Like,
It is what equates to it, like, with enough force, you could probably break it. Nothing compared to the original lock that is left unused. If you were to move the gate, it kind of rattles in the chain that goes between the bars and is held together by what is essentially a padlock.
does anyone want to hit this padlock really hard?
And roll a strength check for Yata. This gray-maned and orange yellowish furred beast prowls forward, these curved oni-like fangs within a maw beneath its 5 eyes, as it interlocks its jaw on the padlock and begins to clench. Be on your character sheet. Yes. 21.
Smash.
The broken and bent lock falls almost in 3 pieces as it hits the ground, as the chain rattles free and the gate opens. The path before you is clear, and there is the dual ironwood gates into the outpost proper, past what is a decently sized exterior, what at one point may have been a garden, used for foraging and growing of herbs and sustenance to those stationed there, has become overgrown. Actually, Yael, you said you're at the front. Roll a perception check for me. Are you proficient with perception checks? It should be automatically added onto the skill then. Say 13. Beating a DC of 12, you recognize that though it is overgrown, a lot within what was once the gardens here, the wild, is edible. Tall subterranean leeks and hardy roots are littered throughout the area, in the semblance of a broken and dry-rotted square garden still persists, built atop what came before. Something... What? No. It was overgrown and fully wild with tangled bushes and thorny vines. It has been cleared somewhat, though visibly covered. Only those of the Vanguard experienced with the herbs of the wilds would recognize that something is growing food here. Be Calidor. Threaten not. They are disgracing this place. There are no Vanguard or Ashen Spears who still call it home. As he walks forward, places a palm on the door. It's barred from the other side. Oh.
Can I keep an eye on the windows when she goes to knock on it?
Yeah, roll another perception check.
Great. I would like to add guidance.
Guys, I gotta correct you. I think Lord Cabot is a huge threat.
True. That'll be a total for an that'll be a total for an 18.
18.
I don't spot heresy within my. Sorry.
You stupid barbarous elves!
You look up and on the balcony overhead, probably 3 stories up, overlooking these almost defensive parapets, you see a pale-skinned individual drop down and hide very quickly.
Is this Mandar pale skin we talking?
It's gray.
Oh, poo.
Okay.
And by the look of it, rather live.
Use thaumaturgy and call him out.
I'm not yet.
Cast
I'll
Mass
whisper
Dungeon.
over
Yell at him.
to whoever's around.
Virati is
To point
directly
it out.
beside you.
Yeah, I'll whisper to Variety there's someone above us. Don't pretend that you don't know, but tell the others as well. Just to pass the message along. Whispering,
Variety.
not trying to.
Virati turns around, splits his fingers into a peace sign, essentially, and taps his eyes before turning back around and looking up, ever so slightly, trying to remain as inconspicuous as possible. It's gathered that the majority of the Praetor-Vanguard also assess that someone is watching.
I got an idea, guys. And I'm gonna put my hand on Koff's shoulder. And then I'm gonna project my eyes into Nalo and send him and have him climb up through the window and look in around.
The windows are still filled with crystalline glass and steel bars. Though you can rise him up to one of the parapets where this individual is seen.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
Okay. Did you tell me you were doing this, or did you just grab my shoulder and then tense up on me?
I grabbed your shoulder, and then you just watched Nalo move away.
Avanti's eyes essentially go from a crimson to almost this glazed over with like fog. As you can gather, you've seen this before as he is seen through the eyes of his familiar. As Nalo, Verdant Lagheart scales turn invisible as it clambers up. Easily enough, fully invisible. You see a drow. You see a Lore elf. Dark, gray hair, a rust blood, what many would consider a dreg. Lithe, with ribs showing through their robes, hiding behind a parapet and breathing heavy.
I'm gonna call out, "Child of Lore, you dishonor your house. Let us in."
Roll a persuasion check.
You dishonor your house. Let us in. No. No, you'll kill me.
We're not gonna talk about what I did roll
Because what guidance to whoever Sam does.
Because what I actually rolled was a 16 total.
Okay. On a 16, you see this lithe figure rise up. Older than you, probably. Not by much. Still within their first century. They rise up with their hands raised in the air and shaking. There are no houses here. Only survivors. We can't. This is when you're looking at that individual and you hear as a rough carved arrow with a improvised flint tip lands probably 4 feet away from where you're standing.
Dude.
And you see another individual on the opposing parapet. Noble blood and progeny means nothing here. Go back to where you came from, servants of slavery.
Dude.
I'm not gonna lie, if you didn't say where the arrow came from, I was gonna look at the Daughter of Solus.
You do see Zelenar begin readying her longbow. You hear the creak of it as she has readied an arrow pointing directly at a female Lore on the opposing side. Pale, whitish gray hair, rusty eyes, no progeny of note.
Believe me, friend.
We exist in peace. Go in peace.
You trespass on an outpost of the Vanguard.
The Vanguard are no more. They've been dead for centuries.
Dude.
This is when Kalidor raises his maul in the air. Yet some still stand rich. Leave this sacred ground. Respect those that died defending it before I break these doors in.
I look at him, and I look at her, and I go, however many you are in there, you are starving, and you are already 1 foot in the grave.
Actually, I think they've got crops.
Do you really think you could hold it against all of us?
Actually, they're not doing too bad.
Honestly, open the door and let us in, lest we have to kill you.
Roll a intimidation or persuasion.
Would that be assisted by Kalidor by any chance?
Yes.
I'll do persuasion. I'm better at that.
Actually, I think they're doing quite well for themselves.
Okay.
They actually have quite a good society here. I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
That is a 17, 11 plus 6.
They got a good vibe.
She turns with a huff, and you see her disappear into. You hear the of rusted hinges as she disappears through the door up on the opposing parapet. As another figure, older, though not a millennia, perhaps a century, maybe 2, walks out, tattered robes, though of some adornment, nothing regal, mere iron and what seems to be a medallion with a broken pick engraved upon it, as if it was casted in sand and not an official mold, and not a well-made mold. I can recognize Praetor when I see them. We exist here in peace. We escaped the confines of our duty and lost many in doing so. We wish to remain apart from the sectorum and its goals. And if we shame the Vanguard, we apologize. But as far as we stand, we are the only ones left upholding their ways. Do not mock us for our survival, nor our pursuit of freedom. We, our society of the folk, broken from the shackles of indentured servitude, we have mined our share and lost family in doing so. This place was abandoned when we found it, and we filled it with life. You represent the council that would see us dead. Why should we ever open these doors and lay our lives bare? And if we were to leave, what, should we wander back into the meadows? It would be better if you put us down here. What promise could you give us? What worth is this place?
Hyliak yells out, "We don't really care about you."
I promise you this. I know not if you will survive the meadows. I know not what you will find outside this place. But I promise this. If you do not let us in, you will die.
And if we do, those blades will enter our guts and spill them across the floor. Am I wrong?
Can I do an insight check on Calidor and the other Ashen Spears to get their
Please.
Go on ahead.
bloodlust? For, like,
Antonin
level,
would like to quietly dismount and look around for another entrance.
I'm gonna stealthily send Nalo to within touching distance of this guy.
or that would be a 14 plus 5 for a total of 19.
It is not hard to tell that Calidor is fucking pissed. This was his home. He protected this place alongside his brothers who died defending it, who lost the support of the council and the sectorum, and were reduced to starving dregs that were perhaps similar to these. But there's no empathy or seeing of perhaps mutual scenarios separated by time. He is possessed by anger.
You desecrate the halls of our forebears. If you do not leave this place, you will die. But if you open this gate, I promise we will let you leave. That is all I promise.
You leave us with the choices of a fast death or a slow one.
Hold on.
How are we supposed to agree to these terms? We can offer what goods we have remaining, but we cannot leave,
Guys, we can't
lest
just
you
kick
wish
these guys
to
out.
escort us all the way back to the Helm City. And I doubt they would let us in without the ore they sent us to retrieve.
Hold up 1 second, though. Connor, didn't you just say we don't care?
Guys, we can't just kick these guys out of their home.
There is certainly a sign of mixed goals amongst your party right now, and this individual is reading into it.
We're just trying to sleep.
There are names of my men chiseled on those walls. Don't you think they'll grant that to us without slitting our throats in our sleep? They know what we are. They are scared of us at home. And in that we are in agreement. And if the council finds out that we left traitors in their midst, so close to the Helm City, what will we do then? We will dishonor ourselves. Hold us accountable. Men have been hung for less than looking the other way. He looks down. He, roll a persuasion check.
Smart move.
Also, I'm not sure if you heard me, Boulder, but Antonin earlier would have quietly dismounted and would be looking for another entrance.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
You would be rounding the building. There are multiple parapets, but there is one single entrance in and out. Roll an investigation check.
I should say, they really are only delaying the inevitable.
That's a 24.
24.
They're gonna let us in peacefully.
You don't find a floor level entrance, but you do see a cycralus tree, one of the bioluminescent trees with these giant, almost liquid, glowing liquid-filled bulbs that grows up next to one of the parapets. That's upon the third story that you may be able to climb and leap onto to get inside.
Yeah, he Go ahead.
No.
I was gonna say he's definitely gonna try and climb that tree.
You can
He's
roll
gonna try and
acrobatics or athletics.
That's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Without cracking a branch. You land on one of the empty parapets. There's a door before you. It's double layered. The first seems like the interwoven vines of silver that you see on most Lore constructs, operating as barrier bars as well as decoration, and then a steel door behind it. As you
Either of
move
them
up,
open?
the metal bars, the steel door, you twist the handle. with a lockpicking check if you have thieves' tools, or a strong enough strength check, you can open it.
I will say, these guys are kind of just delaying the inevitable.
I mean,
If we do
yeah,
let them stay here, I mean, eventually, when we succeed in our mission, hopefully, dear God, please,
when
the Vanguard will probably be reformed in force, meaning this outpost will be retaken. And if they
But
aren't
that is
gone,
years and years away, you know. And
will
right
they
now,
be gone
they
in
have a nice little
years?
thing going on.
Dude, but if they don't get out of Dodge while they can,
we can make peace with them. We can make peace with them, and then
Dude, you're
once
sounding a
they're
lot like
done,
Halidor right now, man.
we can vouch for them as well. We can say this community of people, they helped us on our journey. They didn't
what's their
try to
fate then?
keep
To
us
become like the servants of the outpost?
I mean, they've been doing a good job surviving on their own
They're
without
protecting
any
the
support.
outpost. They're protecting the outpost while we're gone.
Izal is next to you as you speak this, Hyliak, and he kind of nods to you. You speak kind words. The flame of your body spreads to the warmth of your heart. As he speaks up.
Oh,
Dude, I think he's hitting on you.
I am the Knight of Valor. I speak for the Counselor, who stands for all honor still remaining in our sectorum. I beg of you, kind people, no matter your duties abandoned, we are here. We are here upon a greater quest. The Vanguard are still a thing of the past. And you see he actually deflates a little bit when he says that. But you do not necessarily have to be made so as well. If you're true in your word of honoring this place with your presence, perhaps we can make some trade. We have experienced almost 2 weeks of travel upon the road without a day off of our mounts. If we could but find a night's rest, and perhaps share what we have in our stores, and grant you a greater fighting chance, you may survive until our return, so we may speak of your assistance and your deeds, granting you sway with the sectorum and the words of the new Praetor-Vanguard. That was a big ripcord that he just pulled.
yeah. And this is Kaizal saying this?
This is Kaizal.
I'm so fucking proud of him as Koth.
Persuasion check. He begins to relinquish. We have not made it this far without risking some lives. We will refrain ourselves from conflict, but only if you promise to do the same. My name is Sahir. I am the leader of the people who call this place their home now. All the people. We are free, and we hope and expect you to give us the due respect for that freedom. Though we haven't fought for it with blade and shield, we have fought for it with our lives and torn bodies. So I will say this with caution. I welcome you, Praetorian, to Malor, a refuge of freedom for all who wander the horrors of the meadows. I shall greet you in but a moment. As he returns to the parapet, he passes the young girl behind him who looks at him with this shrug and gesture of hands, questioning his actions, but he waves her off before going inside. And what would probably be around 10 minutes, which would likely what it takes to wind all the way down from that place where he stood to the main door. You hear a as the double gates open, and the first thing you see is the diminutive man standing before you, and behind him, a towering four-armed Herculon. Its mandibles flickering. He waves a hand behind him. Somehow understanding and being able to communicate in this insectoid language. As you peer within, there's no arcane lights, but lit fires in the old sconces, reinforced to support a true flame. And you see insectoids. Drow, Kreen, Herculon, Motherin, and a smattering of races. You see some Dwera meandering about. The floor has been converted, this massive foyer. Twin grand staircases rising up, leading down. And between them, a massive staircase leading further into the depths below. And it seems like you have entered an improvised market space. And all eyes stop and look at you.
It's going on a killing spree. Somebody stop.
Yes, you would have heard because they're shouting. They're shouting to communicate.
You just run around back.
We get in the marketplace. Anton is standing over 10 corpses.
Yeah, you see from a balcony is a guy just like the Will Hampton. As Anton is standing up where he was. No. But
Anton definitely would have had a hand on the door, a shoulder pressed to it, ready to hear the sounds of anything to presume combat. But when he hears the gate begin to open, he climbs down and makes his way back to rejoin the caravan.
Anton's killing everyone.
This is a exotic space. The Herculon's four eyes never leave you, and he is attached at the hip, or what would equivocally be the ankle, to Sahir, the man before you.
Well, this is awesome. We just found a refugee outpost. And we're the bad guys.
Yep.
If there is some trade that we can offer, our food storage is meager. The gardens we have cannot persist too long. The soil has been salted over the years, and what remains in the nutrients is siphoned. We live off of but simple roots, and as you can tell, the largest and larger folk amongst us require a great deal to sustain themselves. I, myself, am one of the remaining dregs of a mining party sent to the outer ridges of this place upon feasters taking and consuming our haulers. We broke and attempted to survive. Over the century since then, we have been kept safe by the enactment of exclusion. None have came here, only refugees of other meager expeditions sent to their death for profit, and those few seeking freedom both from their nomadic lives, enslavement, or the horrors of the meadows. You also see, for the first time in Arakan, this insectoid, but more an arachnid. A body like a spider's with an upright torso that spurs off of it. as they look around with these gleaming multifaceted eyes and forearm-like appendages up atop their centaur-like body. As they move about, there's this almost aura of pink mist around them as they communicate with hand gestures and assumingly whatever pheromone is exuded from the gaps in their chitinous shell. This is a miraculous place. And though you are filled with rations and supplies, you do see some smiths there working on meager arms. You can find base level armaments. There is a single jewelry smith, though it is nowhere close to the craftsmanship of the Sanctum cities. They have some armbands of rough silver. Most of their supplies are twisted copper wire. There's, a small active forge where you hear the gentle of an anvil that is once again picked up as the crowd has begun to return to their positions, though there are quite a few many keeping a decent eye on you. And every single one of them that walks this place is armed to some level. If you would like rest, the lower regions house the bedchambers. Though it is quite crowded, we can try to find you a private corner. It is the least of the respect due in allowing us our continued survival.
No offense, but I'd like to sleep near my mount.
If you wish to rest in the gardens, be warned, Magath are known to scale the walls, drawn to the scent of life within. There have been some encounters with creatures in the past. Many of our gardeners go missing, but you seem like you can take care of yourself.
I just don't trust these guys to I just don't trust these guys to take care of Hector for me.
That's fair.
While I'm off sleeping in a bedroom. I say that out loud, by the way. That's a complete thing that I say out loud.
Well, we are hungry, there is no doubt, but we will not risk angering such a force. After all, we are mostly harvesters first. Though many of us are armed with a crude blade, there aren't many that can swing it to such fruition as you may. We can bring the mounts inside and station them within the gardens. At the back portion of the outpost, there is the old, the old stables where the Vanguard used to leave their beasts. Anymore, we but have 2 Gore Street to our name, and the excursions outside the confines of this place are rare.
Now that I think about it, if anyone comes to try and steal off of Hector's pack while I'm gone, you can just eat them.
Yeah. It is Hector.
You just go.
Swallow in one whole bite.
I say that out loud too. I'm not being secretive or anything.
He nods with a tilt in his head, but he doesn't say anything directly. He does turn around and he speaks to all of them. Dearest people of the free realms of Malor, we have guests. And for the first time, it seems as though they may not be staying with us for long. Our humble traders, you will find yourselves the opportunity to gain new currency and wealth to share among yourselves. Our community may grow from this just as well as it may fall. Carry yourselves with wisdom and caution, and not one of you raise a hand to our guests, lest they raise one first. He lowers his arms.
Hey, Boulder. Can I make another Calidor insight check on? He's not ready to step up right now, is he? He's not in like.
He could kill him
Calidor's
so easily.
maul is in one of his hands, but it is held in a passive stance. He is sizing up the Herculon, which probably has about 4 to 5 feet over him.
All right.
Or could take him.
Probably.
Antonin has been watching his stance intently the entire time.
You see, Margovis has leapt inwards alongside Malador, who is followed by his guardian brother Avolus, who is going between the people excitedly. You see Malador walks up to one of the vendors, this insectoid, which seems to be, I forgot the name of, an aphid. The resembles an aphid of the real world mixed with a bloatfly as they hover around and carry various small armaments to and fro. He walks up and begins pointing to items and subtle knickknacks.
Are Calidor and Yael still standing near each other?
At this point, everybody has made their way inside the gates. The host of this place, Sahir, turns to you. If it is all right with you, we shall close and lock the gates as to prevent any advantageous intrusion. And he looks past at the gate that has been breached. Well, that can be fixed in time.
Dude, that was like the most pathetic padlock I've ever seen.
Is that something? Is the gate something that could be fixed with mending by chance?
Yes.
I would. When he mentions that, I will go over to cast mending on the gate.
He's casting a spell. He's got a gun.
He's got nothing to promote.
You return the gate and he sees you casting from a distance. It is rare to see a spellcaster in our parts. We have but one at the moment, and their skills aren't as adept as they once were. I thank you for your candor.
Is there any help you need from me? Any medical assistance, I guess?
Medical assistance? Is
Yes.
that a service you can provide? Nora walks up. If there's any people who are ill or injured, more than many. Our crop did see some poisoning. We sought to fertilize it with the corpses of an aberration that breached the fence, and in turn discovered that its corpse rotted and corrupted it with the foul blood. They are sick in the bays below. Those amongst us are proficient with tinctures and herbal remedies, but no healing magics. If you would be willing to spare such power, it would be graciously rewarded.
I will see to it.
I'm sure.
Boulder.
Yeah.
Yael. Or Yael. Are Yael and Calidor still standing close to each other?
Would Yael be standing close to? I think Yael would be keeping an eye on Calidor.
I'll approach the two of you and I'll go. Since we are here, perhaps we should visit the wall and pay respects to my forebearers and your friends.
Calidor looks, hearing that, Avanti. You're right. And he looks around the expanse now filled. Such a place. I remember when the murals weren't cracked. As he looks up to the ceiling, he looks across the walls draped with banners and essentially names and labels and prices for the various wares and communal trade. I have begun to lose many of their names over the years. It would be good to see them engraved once more. He finds a pillar. It's not upon the central rod, but at the base pedestal. Not engraved, at least intentionally like the others. These were engraved after the doctrine of disbandment. These are the names of ashen spears. As he kneels and runs his hands across the rough stone, feeling the text over them.
I'll take out. I'm gonna take out, say 2 candles. Do you know the candles like for like ritual spells and stuff? My components pouch. And I'll take out one of my. I'll light them, and then I'll take out one of my bottles of wine in a glass, and I'll pour one, and I'll offer it to Calidor.
He turns,
And
looks
I'll pour
over
one
at
for
you.
myself.
He takes it, downs it without a thought put towards the flavor. Thank you. You're young, but you show good respect. He laughs. It's funny. Some of these men would have been grateful to see this place filled like it is. Though others would be horrified and appalled. Kaizal walks up and lays a hand on his shoulder as he's kneeling. I wasn't a spear like you, my friend. I know what it means for those names to stay engraved on that wall. This is a grave as much as it is an outpost. One day we will see it returned to its glory. That is what we're here for. These people, they're not here to disgrace it. They are here to survive. They are here to keep it clean and as pure as they may before it can be returned to the right hands. Show them respect for that. He nods and he closes his eyes, clenching the lids tight, refusing to let anything escape onto the scars that riddle his face. I need rest. He rises and walks beside Skyzal, going deeper into the place where the bedchambers were alluded to be.
I'm gonna take a moment and actually just read the law and memorize as many names as I can.
There are thousands. You could spend a year here and maybe memorize not even a quarter. So much life, so much dedication. If there is power within the soul of an individual, Maybe all of theirs is what's truly holding up the ceilings of this place, not these pillars. And as the candles are lit before you hear, as an aphid buzzes over a handful of miscolored candles as it lands next to you, holds them upright with 4 of their 6 arms.
Sorry. Trying to-
He unfurls a small scroll of paper kept on this odd improvised belt, almost 2 belts connected with slight straps of leather on his diminutive form. The scroll says, and is essentially a list of goods, and under candles, it is one candle per copper piece.
I'll buy 3 more from this guy for 3 copper pieces.
You hand him the copper, little arms. It takes all 4 of them to hold the copper. It hovers up before you and flies away.
I'll arrange the 5 candles and then I'll take out any kind of wooden plate, I guess, and just put like a ration on the plate. I'll light the candles. And then I'll just take a moment of silence to respect the fallen if anyone else wants to do any second.
The Duskwalkers predominantly operated out of Umbara Outpost. If their names were to be engraved anywhere, they would be there. And in the time that was spent there, the group did look for them, but they were never chiseled.
Of the what?
Roll an investigation check.
The who?
An 8. You look around, looking for the markings, the sigils, oh so elusively, deigning the presence of the divergence. And if they are here, you do not spot them right away. So here, he is very identifiable. He wears what is a rusted iron chain with a jagged-edged silver cast medallion of a broken pickaxe. Easy enough. He has been accompanying the majority of the group. He is standing in the middle and he is keeping an eye on you and is otherwise making himself disposable. I would hesitate to leave my people. I mean no insult, but I'm their leader, and I must keep an eye, but, Valir! As he shouts out, Valir, you see the woman who had the short bow who fired oh so earlier and missed poorly walk up. Father, please keep an eye on our guests, answer any questions they may have, and guide them respectfully, daughter. As you say, Your Highness, as she makes the clumsiest, intentionally so bows. And he is whisked off up the grand staircases on either side of the descending one onto the second story and the halls that would lead further onto the three above it. And he takes you off to a small private corner, which or moves onto a chamber down the eastern hall where you can guess his office and to an extent house is. What was perhaps once a pantry has been converted with a desk at the forefront and instead of walls, drapes that lead into an improvised living room and 2 beds. But you're a Praetorian. Are you hunting them? You mean the divergence is behind you? Well, you cannot reveal this to the others out there, and I will trust in your kindness. Follow me. And you wind 2 more stories up on what is a 20-minute walk through one area, through another, through another. That's when you see a sigil. The sign of the divergence. In the library of this place, at least one of them, as he looks around, removes 3 books, holds them in his arm, reaches behind the shelf, and then pulls a lever as one of the shelves moves forward and slides to the side. And as it does, there's a torchlight that illuminates the area. There is a map on a table, crudely drawn of the Dusk Meadows. And a Herculon. Yo. You see one of the excursionary operatives working to free not just his people, but all those imprisoned under the wrathful fist of the Sectorum, Unsehedi, one of the few Herculon that has been able to parse the elvish tongue in their grunts and gurgles. Yael, my friend, you find yourself with a neighbor even bigger than the one at the front gate. He hunches beneath the 12-foot tall ceiling. Dearest girl, have you finally left the sanctums behind you? Tell you what, since it's getting late, we'll leave off with Yael as we're going to end the session soon. And for a single teaser of what will come next session, Koth, amidst the crowd, as you are awaiting, you and Nora getting ready to assist others as she readies her medic's pouch, you see white robes drift between the crowd.
Oh
Peach
no.
skin.
And he's
Just
got a
one
fucking sniper
single
rifle
man. Nope. Just a single man. No iron mask on his face. No
We're
scars of where one would be. But a Mandar wearing the robes of Alistus and broken plate mail. Or chain mail. And that's where we'll end the session.
Do.
Border, can I be honest with you?
Yeah.
If they had a mask, I hate to do this. I love this place. I love everything about this. I was gonna fucking throw hands.
Oh.
Like, I'm gonna be honest. I just, like, minutes ago, or I say days ago, I'm like, yo, Italian, I'm gonna make them pay. Dude, if we had a mask, I'm not gonna lie to you. Things would have gotten really dark.
Dude, he might as well have a mask.
You don't understand.
He's wearing the robes of
Not
an initiate.
good.
He is what would be a middle-aged man with a black beard, black hair.
Lives, oh mortal lives, expire.
This is what's going through Koth's head right now.
So
Stop it, lawyers,
Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it.
Lives.
But we can cut the recording there, and we